Sometimes I forget to once again take the. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Sometimes I forget to take the thingy off the screen. So forgive me for that. That was the little delay, but happy Friday to everyone and thank you all for joining. Mo Love, thank you so much for posting my link and Cash App. I appreciate that very much and thank you for your support. Seven Still, thank you so much for being in the chat. Love you very much. Thank you for your support. Axon Jackson, thank you very much for your support. Appreciate it. It is Friday, you guys. Yay, hey, hey, Friday, Friday. How did we get here? How was your week? We've been talking about being aligned. We've been talking about being balanced. I think we've really gotten through that. At least I have because I've been consistent with work and I've been on time. But it's a lot that's been going on. Last night we were talking about the No Diddy P Diddy. Then we got into the sad news of OJ, rest in peace. OJ died a innocent man, and that is what matters. Also, we spoke on the not innocent, but the sober Kodak Black. Tonight, you guys, tonight we're talking about, and I'm not sure if you have heard about it, but the death of Dexter Reed. I put a link in the chat in the little box. So if you guys are thinking about hitting the panel, please hit that link before you get on the panel. That way you will know the substance and know what to talk about. Because sometimes, sometimes we don't always know. So that is what we're going to be talking about, and the link is at the bottom, so you can definitely hit that. Um, Besides that, the rules of the show. Please, 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 please do not call anybody, man or woman, of any other race the IGGA word or the NEGRO word. Um, please, let's let everyone speak. So let's not overtalk each other and hold your thoughts until the other person is complete with what it is that they have to say. Also, you guys, I am a mother. I know that some of you guys are parents. So please, let's be conscious about the things that we say. Please do not embarrass yourselves. Please do not embarrass you might. Don't let me embarrass myself. Hold your tongue. Harsh words we don't need. But everything else, the little tit tats, we can do that. Y'all can do that. But please refrain from the, you know, all of that stuff that drives us all crazy. But once again, I do want to thank you all for joining. I am completely grateful for that. If you have not hit the like, please hit the like. If you have not shared the live, please share the live. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. If you have not subscribe to my IG channel, my IG page, which is RazGirl37. Please do that, along with my Cash App, which is RazGirl37. So if you like what you hear tonight, then definitely support me and this platform, and it will be appreciated. So you know that this show, this platform is a smoke and toke show. So I hope you guys brought your things to smoke. We do not promote tobacco use over here, but I hope you have something, your vice, that you're smoking on tonight. And if you like to sip and drink, please do it and do it wisely and responsibly. And we don't want to have any belligerent talking and all of that going on. But it is Friday, so we're gonna see what the night brings. How are you guys doing tonight? Anybody had a job that you went to today and you happy that it's Friday and you ain't got to go back to that until Monday? Anybody feel that way? I just want to know. Uh, it's Friday and you don't got no kids that you got to wake up tomorrow and take to school. so you can hopefully sleep in if the kids sleep in. Hmm. Anybody feeling that way? Because it's Friday. Anybody hold off on smoking so many, then when Friday coming, the kids are sleeping, everybody's gone, you just like get it the in. Yeah, because it's Friday, right? So that's what we doing. It's Friday. Mike Dougie, thank you for joining the chat. The Ignorant Fucker Report. I see you. Thank you for joining the chat. So, have you guys heard about Derek Reed Jr.? Derek Reed Jr. is a guy from Chicago who was brutally shot by the Chicago police. It said that he was shot. I don't want to say he was shot 96 times, but the cops shot off 96 shots, and sadly he died. It was a traffic stop. They stopped Mr. Reed because he was driving, and they said that he didn't have a seatbelt on. So, ironically, they pulled him over, asked him to roll his window down. He rolled his window down, and he complied. They were very aggressive in telling him things and all of that nature, and I guess he assumed to roll his window back up, or he was not familiar with who these people were. Who knows? Um, Mr. Reed took a shot at the cops, and the cops returned fire 96 times, 96 shots. Mr. Reed surrendered himself in the midst of those 96 shots. He got out the car. He walked around to the back of the car where he was shot numerous of times. He hit the floor where he was shot numerous of times. And it said that a cop was shot, but he did not lose his life. And it also was said that the gun that was used, that was inside of Mr. Reed's car, was still on the passenger side inside his car while he was laying out on the ground. So my question tonight basically is, are the 96 shots justified? Is it justified? Is it that season, election season, usually it's police brutality season, but this is not a political show. Not a political show, but um I often say that because I'm a black woman, I love black men, I have a black man, I have brothers who are black, a father who is black. So you take an entrance in black men are black people. And because I'm black, and no disrespect to my white counterparts out there who I love dearly, but coming from me, I always say that there's a time in the year, and it's usually the same time, same day, and it's the same routine that occurs, and it's a black person being shot by a cop, whether he's shooting at the cop or the cop shooting him, whether he's guilty or not. It's a big, huge, massive obstruction of what can look like or be an obstruction of justice. But it seems to be the same time, same group of people being killed by the same gang and organization of people, same time, same year. So I call it killer season. So it looks like we're in killer season. And in killer season, that's usually a black man, black boy, black girl, somebody encountering some type of excessive police force, in my opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong. Totally disagree if you would like. Completely okay with that. That is what this show is about. Reasoning. Hi, Foxy Moon. Thank you so much for joining. I am going to go back into that, but I don't want you guys to think that I forgot about you. Roller Skater Texas girl. Hi, how you doing? Fucker. She says driving back from the rink and listening. Oh, thank you. I feel special. How was the rink? You know, I love skating. I'm sure I don't skate as much as you do, Roller Skater Texas girl. Michael Douglas Scene says, good evening, best people in the world and my great family. I'm blessed to have y'all. Oh, Mike, we feel the same. Mike says, salute to 7. Roller Skater Texas girl again. Cool. And hey, Foxy Moon, you're my beauty queen too. So thank you for that. Now, so I've told y'all this story about this guy. He is in Chicago. He was killed by the tactical force, and in Chicago, the tactical force has faced a lot of controversy. In this particular instance, sorry, you guys, that has just occurred. It actually occurred a month ago, but the footage has been reviewed. The body cameras and all that have come out, so now we know about it. So since this has happened and since this has been out here, this is now another case where they are being looked at for their excessive force with their what I would call jump out boys or tactical forces, if you will. And tactical forces are those that usually we see like unmarked cars. They are plain dressed. Where I grew up from, and I think in a lot of inner cities and amongst the world, the Tuesday and Thursday song by the Hot Boys, if you remember that. If you were born, 82 and, then you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, them people. So that's what this is about. Do we feel like the 96 was justified? Is there ever a time that some may feel that he popped at the police and he got what came to him? Some may feel that he was protecting himself because being a person of whom he is, he needed to protect himself from the police. Do we have to protect ourselves from the police? Do you ever feel that way? Do we have to do that? Does that only apply to certain people in certain groups? I know a lot of y'all would say otherwise, but yes, I am going to drop the link, so just give me a second. My bad. There you go. My fault. I was trying to get the link. Yeah. So I did drop the link. So how many of y'all knew about that? I seen a show earlier where people were trying to justify what was going on with the police and things of that nature. I don't think it ever really changes. It's gonna be a fight that certain groups of people will always have to fight. But I think the bigger issue is, why was this man shot 96 times? I think the bigger issue is where is the justice for him and his family? So yeah. How are you doing?
777.
777. Oh,
I
all
just,
right.
I love you. I hope you're having a great night.
Thank you.
I'm probably gonna lose my wrench tonight. I wanted to, before I do that, I wanted to make sure I put everyone that we mess with and a couple that I forgot. So I'll make sure I add. Somebody put not Mo, excuse me, Moses channel in the chat also. I
hmm
like Moses, aka Ivan.
hmm
Um, I feel like I'm not forgetting anybody though, so I think I put everybody in there.
Yeah, thank you very much for
You're
that.
welcome.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome. I think
Oh,
I wrote to you in the private chat too just now.
oh, okay. I missed that. Okay.
I'm gonna lose my wrench tonight because I have some disparaging comments that I'm gonna keep it.
Sure.
I'm gonna keep it PG. Get that comment off the bottom of the screen that looks ghetto too. Thank you.
Yo, don't come over here trying to run shit in
Oh,
my
I'm sorry.
rooms, okay?
I apologize.
Now go ahead. What you got to say about the
All right.
topic? Thank you.
Just yeah. I just want it to be clean looking when people tune in. That's all.
Yeah, that's okay. You
Leaving
got a
it
whole
clean.
show where it can be clean looking over
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Thank you. It looks a lot cleaner and fresh
Thank
like
you.
that. I love the
Mhm.
color. I noticed you changed it, made it orange.
That don't look like orange,
It
but it
looks.
looks
Let's take
so.
a breath. Take a
So
breath.
we're talking about
Watch your
my
breath.
fellow young black men tonight.
Yeah,
So let's stay on that topic
sure.
and
He was a
let's
criminal.
let's keep it there. So go
He was
ahead.
a, he was a criminal. He
Go ahead.
disobeyed a traffic. No, he didn't. I'm not gonna lie. He didn't disobey a traffic law. I don't wear my seatbelt either. I don't think I deserve to be shot for it. But I'm 50-50 with the video. I think one, it's I don't think he actually shot the cop. That's yet to be. I think maybe the cop was in crossfire and the other cop potentially might have shot him. So I don't want to say because I wasn't there. So I don't want to say, oh yeah, this kid shot the cop because we don't know yet. But the way he was acting, the police also shouldn't have acted like that. This is a tough call for me. If I was the police officer, I think the woman. You want to know who I think is to blame for this, Roz? You're gonna love this.
Who?
The white woman, the white officer that engaged him. That like,
Mhm.
I think that there's de-escalation in the police force that needs to happen. It's you de-escalate a situation before it gets to that point.
I think that that should be one of the very most important skills that the police should have, but it's
Hmm.
one of the main skills that they lack, and you see that over and
Hmm.
over in many cases. So I'm glad you brought that up. Keep
Yeah,
going.
I think that's where the violence stems from. Is them not knowing when they see a young black male, right? I'm trying to look at it from a broader perspective and not play the race angle. When they see a young black male in a tinted out car in, I know Chicago, it's a high drug trafficking area, right? They see that person and already say, no matter what, he has drugs and guns in the car, no matter what,
Mm.
especially with tints.
Mm.
Especially with tints.
Is that what they say?
That's a known thing for police agencies. If they have tents and you're in a drug trafficking area, you probably
Mhm.
have a gun. You know, who
Okay.
walks like a duck, it probably is a duck.
Okay.
So they probably rolled up on him, assumed he had a gun. He also had a pending gun charge. Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what the gun charge was?
Pending.
It was pending. He was out
Hmm.
on, I believe he was out on bond or something like that,
Hmm.
or bail.
Yeah.
He went into an open area like a party with a gun and displayed a weapon. That was
Hmm.
his charge. So
Yeah.
that's on file when they run your license plate. So they
Mhm.
know there's probably a gun in there, right? So they're walking up to the vehicle knowing there's a gun in the vehicle. He's
Assuming there's a gun in the vehicle, that there's a great potential that there could
sure,
be a gun in the vehicle.
sure,
Because he's already, if he had a pending gun charge, most likely he shouldn't
right.
have a gun with him like that.
Yeah, I mean in Chicago, he had a so he had a license,
Yeah, I would,
but he had a license to have a weapon in the home, not a license to carry or a
um,
concealed license or something like that. So he
hmm.
could have that weapon in his home, but not on him riding around.
And
So
you know that for a fact.
yeah, these are facts.
Okay,
The
okay.
young man, he had a actual license to keep that in his home, but not on his body, like driving around. It's called a concealed weapons license. He didn't have that. He had the uh, possession of, he had a firearm license or whatever.
I mean, you know where I'm from. You don't have to. You can carry where you want to
Yeah,
carry.
well, I mean, your people just carry that no matter what. You know what I mean? No
Mm,
license or
yeah,
anything.
us Texans, that's what we do.
Well, I meant blacks, but all right. Um, Blacks in general keep guns no matter what.
Yeah.
So better to be caught with it than to be caught without it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
You know, my chat is full of black people tonight.
yeah,
So,
salute to the black kings and queens in here. Salute to you, Queen,
thank you.
the highest, most appointed queen of the show.
Oh Lord, we
Um,
keep going.
so
We.
real quick, and I don't want to get off on my rant, but they pulled him over all wrong. Everything that they did was wrong. From you have rights when you get pulled over.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Now, if he shot the cop, then sure. What is it called?
Return fire.
Returning fire is protocol, right? But it's pretty excessive. You know what I
Mm-hmm,
mean? It's pretty excessive to shoot 98 times or 96 times or whatever.
mm-hmm.
And then, from what I'm told, at one point, an officer walked up and shot him in the back of the head, also, like when he was laying down.
Oh well, I did see that the officer shot him. I didn't know it was in the back of the head or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
don't want to.
that was excessive.
Allegedly, they shot him in the back of the head. I don't want to say things like
Uh,
that.
I mean, HB said it. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I'm not going with that because I
Okay.
have
So,
articles and my research sitting right here.
okay. Maybe he was trolling. I don't know.
Yeah, you know.
But,
But we love you, HB.
yeah, I mean, whether he did it or not, I mean, it was still enough shots.
Yeah,
He wasn't shot 96 times. Let's just
yeah.
clear that up.
I did say that he was not shot 96 times.
Yeah,
They shot at him 96 times.
correct. I mean,
And
that's, well, a gun with an extension could have had 30-round clip in it. So he potentially could have had, or maybe a drum, which carries 100. So, I mean, he could have had 30 to 100 shots on him.
okay, yes, he could have had all of that. But
Mhm.
there comes a point when he has surrendered, when he has come out the car without a gun.
Mhm.
That gun is in the car. They are still shooting at him. He has nothing on him. He is fallen. He is
Mhm.
dead. He is on the ground,
Mhm.
and they are shooting at him. So regardless if that drum had whatever. Another thing is that he had tinted out windows.
Yeah.
So how do you see this man without this seatbelt? Another thing is they approached the car. They did not say who they were, anything, regardless if he knew, regardless if they had guns. They did not announce who they were. In a city where he lives, with the type of action that goes on, potentially the neighborhood he was in, it could have been numerous of things that could have been going through his head. Numerous of times black men are stopped by police officers, and the only thing that you can do is comply, and even when you comply, you still die and lose your life. We've seen that many times. So he could have had a whole lot of fear, also a whole lot of trauma, and all of that. So my question is, when were they supposed to concede? Because he surrendered. He got out of that car.
Well, if he shot that cop in the hand, I saw the cop
In
walk
the
away.
hand,
Huh?
he shot a cop in the hand, right?
In the arm, in the hand.
Okay.
Correct. So if he did shoot that cop, they should have returned fire, which would be with deadly force. Usually,
Oh, deadly force.
well, the cop also. Well, you got to remember, Roz, that the cop has a family too, and actually, the cop was black that he allegedly shot.
Yeah, it
Just saying.
matters not if
I know.
they are
I'm just
black
saying.
or white. They're still the cops. They have their own
Mm-hmm.
organization. They have their own gang.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
and
police protect you too, Roz.
police protect me,
Mm-hmm.
and police have not brutalized me, but all police don't protect everyone. Police are supposed to go into communities to protect and serve, but a lot of police go into neighborhoods to terrorize communities. They do that.
Uh, well, like I
Yeah.
said, I'm probably gonna lose my wrench. I'm gonna be getting kicked down any minute, so I'm just gonna speak
I
my
mean, that's
mind.
just my opinion, and that's what this
Yeah,
show
I
is
mean,
about tonight.
I'm
So,
gonna speak my mind
yeah,
freely
yeah, I
until I
want
get
you
kicked
to.
off.
1 second, though, if you don't mind. Thank
Oh
you so
yes,
much.
ma'am.
Thank you so much, Foxy Moo, my beautiful sister, for
Hey,
joining
Foxy.
this panel tonight.
Yay. Thank
And
you for
happy
having me up here.
and happy
Love you.
Friday to you. I love you too.
Yes.
Um,
Hello,
I
777.
Hello, Queen.
I am talking about Dexter Reed, and I know that you would have some things to say about it, I'm sure. So, what are your thoughts?
I'm gonna get a piece of chicken right now.
Okay, go ahead,
Thank you.
Foxy.
Thank you.
So I'm kind of clueless to what's going on. But I just wanted to say hi in person.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Do you want me to
Um,
run
yeah,
it through?
please. Yeah, run it through.
All right, Dexter Reed Jr. is a young boy. I think he was about 26, a young man who was killed by the Chicago cops a month ago. They shot at him 96 times after he shot at them. They approached his car, unmarked clothes as well. So and when they approached him, they told him that they were well, they didn't say that. They pulled him over because he didn't have a seatbelt on, so a traffic stop, and that traffic stop ended with him losing his life. I actually put a link inside the box
Okay.
or whatnot that you can look at when you see it if you want to. But yeah, it was a little excessive in my opinion. So that's the conversation tonight.
It's unfortunate that we still have to have those conversations because
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
still can remember Amadou Diallo. I believe it was 96, 97, and he was shot 41 times in the Bronx. Sean Bell was shot 40 times. One or the other was shot 40 times by police officers in excessive force. Uh, 96, any amount to be shot. I mean, I think that as you were saying, like not every, well, I think it was seven that was mentioning that, or because I kind of came in on the tail end of what you both were saying, but these are civil servant workers. They're doing their job. I'm not defending. I'm defending the job. I'm not defending the bad, crooked ones. But so there's rules and regulations, right? When we're traveling, when we're operating in the corporation, and these officers are enforcing the corporation's rules and regulations. If you are claiming you're a sovereign and you're using your vehicle as a moving vehicle, or I forgot the exact term, but you don't have to wear a seatbelt. It's a state law. So there's certain things. What I'm trying to say is there's certain things that if you comply and you're not pushing back, your interaction with these officers can go a little more smoothly. But then there's certain situations like an Amadou Diallo, who was a African immigrant in the Bronx, coming home midnight. The police got calls that there was a suspicious looking person surveillancing the block. So there's about 5 cop cars that come up onto the scene, and when they tell Amadou Diallo to show us, put your hands up and show ID, he's complying. And as he's reaching to go to get his wallet to show ID,
Mm-hmm.
shots go off because the cop said that it looked like he was pulling for something.
Yeah, yeah.
So you do have certain situations where you are complying and you still can get taken out.
Yeah.
So it's never there. I don't know. I can't say there's ever a right solution, because even when you are complying, like you just never know. And certain complexions, we know, skin color,
Mhm.
you know, the black folk, for better lack of words, are the ones that will fit a profile according to the biasness of these agencies, and they will be the ones that will get targeted. Rarely will you see, Caucasian boys with the hoods on, and you don't hear that in the news. You don't hear them getting accosted. You don't hear them getting manhandled. I mean, you just see the show Cops, where there was some crackheads, some hillbillies running away, and yes, they did get body slammed onto the car and stuff, but we know who gets targeted the most. And so it's almost like, so it's like you got to kind of walk around in fear, in a sense, or not in fear, but just you you just never know, because you'll never know which cop you're gonna get.
Can I say something? Being the only year.
I'm finished.
What'd you say?
No, I said I'm finished. I'm
I'm
done.
sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear
you. Go ahead, she said.
I just want to say, don't you think? I'm sorry, I was eating chicken. And it's delicious. It's like a 10 out of 10. I made it. White people can cook chicken. Sometimes. So don't you think by calling a white, I assume you were saying a white person was a hillbilly, isn't that a gentle way of basically calling them a cracker, respectfully?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think it's... No, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just asking you a question. You're an adult.
And I answered. You love to push back. You really love to push back.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just talking to you. All right. Now, wouldn't you be offended if, not me, because I don't use that term, wouldn't you be offended if a white man or a white woman called you the N-word?
Nope, because I'm not.
But you would get offended, though.
You
would. It's okay. Just be honest. I would be offended if I was black. Someone called me that. I would get offended, no matter what. I just think it's doing you an injustice to your intelligence to use that type of word.
Well, being that we're talking amongst people that we can speak freely, yeah, I'm using certain term words in layman's terms.
Mm-hmm.
So people get the gist of what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't think hillbilly has anything to do with the other word, in my opinion. Like,
because crack and nigger, right? Yeah. They're both bad. But when you say hillbilly and nigga, you're saying the slangs of them, and you're being, somewhat polite about it.
You don't have to use that word, Foxy.
No, I'm just saying those are those words hold weight when you say it in those terms. But when you say hillbilly, you know. But when you say cracker, that's offensive. Like hillbilly, I don't think is offensive. Just like saying my nigga is not offensive. But when you say nigger, you know exactly what you're saying.
Let me stop you there. It's actually one of Roz's rules to not say that word.
Okay, I'm saying it in context right now.
Okay.
I'm saying in context. I don't use it. I don't go around saying that. You can hear when I talk to Roz. I don't use those words. I'm using it in context for right now, so we can get an understanding. But I don't say those words.
Understand? Yeah.
Just saying.
I understand. Don't let him rile you up. Hey, King Shanard, thank you for joining the chat. King Shanard says, been getting Mayo Project dwelling vibes from 7. Love says, yes, the fact that we still have to discuss this is heartbreaking. I think Here for the Tea is here. Hi, Here for the Tea. I believe Here for the Tea is going live tonight, so you guys
she's beautiful
her
too.
channel.
Another
Woody Johnson, thank you for joining. Wow. Ant Dog, I see you in the chat. Thank you.
Salute, brother Ant Dog.
So yeah, in regards to that, I do ask that we don't use those words, whether you're black or white over here, or woman. But I do understand that we're speaking of it in context, so I do understand where Foxy's coming from. in regards to this situation, though, Foxy, he did shoot at the cops first. I'm not sure if you
Oh,
knew
see, yeah, I
knew
didn't know
that.
that.
They asked him to roll his window down. He did that, and he rolled it back up as well. And
Yeah.
then shots were fired. Now we don't necessarily know if it was him, but they said that he shot at them, and that is what made them shoot at him. He
Mhm.
got out the car and surrendered himself, walked around the car, and died because they were still excessively shooting at him. So
Yeah.
the fact knowing that he shot at them first, does that change anything for you, like as far as like your view towards it?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It kind of shifts my perspective because I like to give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm always going to say the person was innocent before, without proving it, because
Mm-hmm.
that's our constitutional right. But yeah, I mean, if that's, again, see, now you're shooting allegedly, right? Because we don't even know, because things can get misconstrued.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if you're not complying, it's going to warrant them to use 96 times is beyond excessive force. I think you can subdue somebody, to the foot, or there's other ways, but again, you see, even when they don't use their weapon, they did the unlawful chokehold with Eric Garner in Long Island. I
Mm-hmm.
think that was 2012 or something like that in New
Oh
York.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And then again with Floyd, what's his name? I forgot his
Mm-hmm.
name.
Mm-hmm.
That they had the big protests. I mean, so
Mhm.
they use these. There is a way that you could subdue
Mhm.
somebody without necessarily killing them.
Yeah.
I think that these guys, yeah, they want to go home alive, and they
Mhm.
don't know. They're kind of just as scared, even though they go in for training. They're just as scared as we are of these deviant people as well. You know what I mean? Like they're human beings too. So you don't never know. If I see somebody in a tinted window, or if I'm walking down my street and I see a bunch of rowdy kids, boys or girls, I'm kind of like going across the street because I don't know what people are doing. Like I said, I try to give people benefit of doubt, but you just don't know. So if these are cops that are doing their job, and they're always got to be on point and on guard, I mean, there's no excuse for 96. There's no excuse for
Yeah.
suicide.
So my thing is, there's no excuse for 96 shots, but 96 shots doesn't come without precedent. We've seen these cops in many cities act out this way. The fact that he shot first, is there ever a time that Black men feel like they have to protect themselves from the cops because of how they may be perceived?
Of course. Um, and I'm just gonna throw my opinion out there. One, that was
Thank
an illegal
you,
stop.
Shanar, for joining the panel. Go
Peace
ahead.
to you, Roz. My bad for that. Peace to everybody, the chat, the panel. Even though I think Seven blocked me in the chat. But yeah, I think another I think that stop was illegal. It wasn't never supposed to even happen. Um, in environments like Chicago, you gotta carry around you gotta carry a piece around you, for protection. It's not like the southern states where you got all these open carry laws. And I think the reason why it played out the way it did is because maybe it was probably like just like an impulse reaction. He probably just didn't want to go back to jail. He probably was thinking, but the whole situation would have never happened if he was never stopped illegally. And that's a
Yeah.
problem that we like. I mean, I've been stopped for bullshit all the time. Just because, I remember one time I was driving, I'm from Boston, but I was driving a little bit too smooth. I just bought this new car. This was like in my early 20s. I was driving like because I love driving. I've been driving since I was 13, and I was driving a little bit too smooth, you know. And like when I drive, I don't usually use my brakes. I usually let the engine brake for me. And so this cop pulls me over, and it's trying to and I'm asking like, "Why'd you pull me over for?" I'm going the speed limit. He was like, "Oh, I didn't really see you." He didn't really have an explanation for it. He was just trying to look for shit, see if I had a record or anything like that, and he just let me go. You know, I have plenty of other instances, but um, yeah, it's just those kind of things. And so one time I got pulled over for blasting loud music. Okay, I'm listening to music in my whip. So what? They're trying to find something in the whip, or trying to make me slip up and have them try to search the car for something. And when people say that type of shit doesn't happen, it's just that they just don't have that experience with it. They don't get it, you know. And yeah,
What a lot of people, what are your thoughts about people who feel that because when these when these men are dying and being shot, and this is to everybody on the panel, they are quote unquote committing a crime. They are a criminal. They've done this, that is what is described. That's the lasting description of that man before he loses his life to a cop. It's always said that he's a criminal, and so basically they deserve no justice, and basically what happens to them is justified. So what are your thoughts about that? You're committing a crime, so do you have no rights? Are you supposed to be brutalized and die just
that,
however it see fit?
that's that demonic mindset that some of these folks carry on. You know, like someone like Seven would probably thinks that way. I don't. I think I don't. I don't. I didn't search up his criminal record, but I think I think the
He has a
last
gun charge,
he
a
had a gun
pending gun
charge. Yeah,
charge.
yeah. And you know, guns are illegal up in Illinois.
Hmm.
Um, that's not to me. That's not really something. That's not something serious to me. You
So
know,
I
if you
think
live,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, if you live somewhere else, if you lived a couple of miles south, that wouldn't even be a thing. And I think the system just traps a lot of black people to
Yeah.
where you know they get these records, and now okay, now they can't legally own a gun, but to try to own a gun in the northern state is really really hard. You got to be a certain skin color. You got to probably have a certain job. You got to have connections. You know, it's crazy. And so, yeah.
So he had a pistol permit. He didn't have a license to carry.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So he did have a pistol permit. He just didn't have a license to carry.
So, do you think?
Go ahead, Seven.
One second,
What do you
Shanard.
think about the whole
1 second, sir.
situation?
Well, what I think is in law enforcement, you're taught to, use deadly force. So if he shot a cop, you have to understand that that's probably your death sentence right there. And
True.
if you get lucky and they shoot you, usually if you get shot in the sweet spot in the chest, you're probably going to die. So, especially the caliber of bullets they have, the ammunition, the guns, like it's just over for you. And they're usually taught to shoot you in the chest. Um, it's the biggest mass of the body that you would fire on, and it's going to kill you most likely. So he knew he was going to have a death sentence by shooting if he shot. I feel like one, if you listen to the officer says, "Can you see his hands before they started to shoot?" The white lady, the cop, the police officer, kind of escalated the situation by me personally. If I hear a woman start, "Yeah," I'm already escalating with her. So once I hear that, like, "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah," I'm like, oh shit. So I could assume that the kid was like
Man, stop trolling, man.
Quiet, sir. Don't speak to me, sir. Don't interrupt me either. He was probably really nervous by listening to the white woman going, yeah, 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 yeah. So
maybe because he got stopped.
Well, he
no
had
reason.
a pistol in the vehicle. So
Well,
I'm
I
not
mean,
listening.
they said he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He has tints on his window. How can they see?
Well, that was their reason for stopping him because
It's
they said
bullshit.
it was a traffic stop. But I definitely can understand what Seven is talking about. A lot of men feel that way. My husband often says
But don't
that.
you understand? That situation would have never happened if they respected his rights.
Okay, we'll get back to that. Go ahead. Let Seven finish what he was
And
saying. Go ahead, Seven.
that's the
I'm
main
gonna
gist
ask
of it.
you. I'm gonna ask you again nicely, Shenard. Don't interrupt me again. You're a guest on Roz's show. Remember that. You're a guest. Act like it.
Stop that, Seven. Go ahead, Seven. Answer the question. My apologies,
Don't tell
Shenard.
me to stop anything.
Yo, I'm gonna get you. Ooh, this motherfucker. Yo, you know.
He's such a bully. I
Nah,
don't like him.
you're not about to bully me, Seven, or whatever.
Now let him
I
back
don't
up.
want to have
Let
to
him
step
back
out
up.
like that. I'm gonna let him back up, but I let me do what I gotta do. Seven, don't start. You do this on purpose. Go ahead.
Fuck you, Roz.
Get your he out of here. Give me a second, y'all.
You know, and I'm not defending what he did to do for shooting at the cops, but there's no but really. Actually, there kind of is. If they would have never stopped him, if they would have respected his rights, the whole situation would have never happened. But at the same time, I kind of think it was he wanted to just be taken out, in my opinion. I think he just didn't want to go back to prison or jail. You know, so there's two sides. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. At the end of the day. You know, yeah, if you shoot at a cop, then they're gonna do what they gotta do.
At King Shenard, because like I can't speak on a quote unquote black man, but I do understand that there's a target on their head.
Yeah.
We we come from that, like our family, we're raised, we have black men in our family, black sons, husbands, and that's and Beauty Queen, this, Brother Anthog, like I'm staunch, advocate for young black males. I go to bat because I mean, yeah, the women, they're unheard as well. There's a different type of discrimination for the melanated woman, so that's a whole nother story because they're voiceless. This is why there's so many of our women missing, and it'll go under radar because it's not spoken about. But for in context, talking about black men right now, do you feel? I mean, obviously it's a dumb question, but King, do you feel like that? Do you feel like this is like, is it always like this? Is it always like this target? Or can you comply and keep it moving
and have a chance?
A
lot of people say they have a chance. A lot of people say they don't get. A lot of black men say they don't get stopped. They don't have these fears.
That's what I want to ask without sounding like stupid, because I'm not. I mean, but I live in that environment, so I can see why these I like to call them alphabet boys would target, especially in like a Chicago or Roxbury or Bronx, Brooklyn, Harlem, LA, because there is this quote unquote profile that they go by. And it's like, you don't know if that dude was working down in Wall Street and he just came from the gym. So he's throwing on his hoodie and, like he fits a profile that you alphabet people are looking at.
I hear what you're saying.
But that you don't, what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to like be politically correct, but I mean, in all honesty, there's no this situation. Like, you can't rhyme and reason it, because like in certain states, if Chicago, and I know definitely in New York City, you can't have your windows, especially the front windows, tinted out like that.
Right.
So you kind of look suspect. You know what I mean? Like, there's just certain, I don't know. Like, I can't speak for men, so that's why I don't want to like mistalk.
You understand? Thank you, Ant Dog. 1 second, King Shanard. Thank you, Ant Dog, for joining the panel. What do you think about the discussion tonight?
I'll be back. Let me take a leak real quick. I'll be back.
Yo.
My bad.
Anthony. Yo. What is going on here? Go ahead, Boxy.
Yeah, sometimes Ant Dog's internet goes in and out, but yeah, I don't want to overspeak and misspeak for the men folk. Go ahead, Ant Dog, brother Ant Dog.
You're muted if you're here.
My mother digs him. Were you side segue? Were you on when my mom came on? What was it, Wednesday?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, I had my mommy come on, and she recognizes Ant Dog like for the years that I've been on and stuff. So she was like, "Who's that other older gentleman?" I was like, "Oh, that's brother Ant Dog." She was like, "Yeah, tell him I said hi."
Oh wow. And you gotta get your audio fixed. You gotta go out and come back in or something. So I think the question that you were trying to ask Shanard was, does he feel that fear, and do all men feel that fear?
Yes.
When it comes to being around police officers. And I can tell you, I frequent a lot of shows, and particularly, CTs. A lot of men there say that they don't have those issues. They don't feel the cops. They've been stopped numerous of times. They just don't have that fear. Now, I also know men who don't have that fear, and I know men who aren't criminals and who do have that fear to be stopped by a cop, just because they fear what
could happen to them.
Could happen just because of who they are. Yeah.
Can I answer Foxy's
yes,
question?
Please, yes.
Yeah, so I'm from Roxbury. And I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that because I want to try to avoid sounding like a victim. From my own personal experience, I have a clean record. I wasn't dumb enough to stupid things and get caught. You know what I'm saying? And bam, I got a record. But I just remember when I started driving, right? And I'll get stopped or pulled over for bullshit. And it got to the point where I remember a couple of after the first time, a couple of times after that, I remember when I got stopped again, I was yelling at this cop like, "Why the fuck are you? What did I do? Why are you stopping me for?" Oh, you were okay. I'll be honest. I had a tail light out. Not because it wasn't even like a full tail. It was like one of the bulbs in one of the tail lights, and it's not just like, oh, just change your tail light. Nah, let me search up what you got, see if you're good. Yeah, all right, let me go. Just change the bulb on it. All right, cool. And I told you how I got stopped one time for driving a little bit too smooth. And I do think that in a way we do have a target on us. I remember one story.
The question, King Shanard, let me bring it back. The question that she is trying to ask is, do all Black men fear being stopped by cops? Like, do they have a fear of the police?
Yeah, I don't fear nobody. I don't. No, I don't. But I mean, here's one story though. This is a true story. I can give y'all names if y'all want to search it up. My boy, there was a shooting. This is in This was actually in Roxbury. It was a shooting near because my boy, he was chilling outside in the whip with his cousin, and this chick he was messing with told me the whole thing. And so those around the air, police pull up. They think that they see them in the car smoking, and they were just parked outside of his crib. And they wanted to see if he had anything to do with that because it was around that area. And they ended up searching. I guess the chick with them gave them a fake name, and I guess that was probable cause for them to search the car. He had a gun on him, and the reason why he even had that joint on him is because he had a lot of beef in the area, so he just carried that for protection. And so he ended up getting locked up for a couple of months, and the state threw the whole case out because they had no probable cause to actually even approach them. Okay, you hear a shooting in the area. Why would someone stay around if they actually did the shooting? And so, yeah, I mean.
Thank you for that, King Shadon. And Dog, it seems like you got your audio together. Happy Friday to you, and thank you for joining.
Happy Friday to you and everybody on the panel.
When we are talking about Dexter Reed tonight, I'm talking about the aftermath of it and how he was killed, the excessive force, and if there was any, if you think so. What are your thoughts towards it? Do you know the story?
I don't really know that story, but I seen another one where a dude was on a porch and he looked like he ain't had no weapon, and they tased him and it didn't phase him, and they went to tase him again, and then all of a sudden they just start shooting. Pop, 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 pop. Dude didn't have no gun.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Dexter Reed is someone who was in Chicago when he was shot by the cops there. He was shot at 96 times. They pulled him over because he didn't have a seatbelt on. He shot at the cops first. They told him to roll his window down. He rolled his window down, then he rolled it back up, and supposedly they said he shot at them. So then they shot at him. He eventually got out of the car, and as he was trying to surrender himself, he didn't have a gun or anything on him. They continued to shoot him, and basically he died.
Was a gun found on the street?
Yeah, it was on the seat in the car.
You shot? Used?
I
mean, was it used?
He shot at them supposedly, and it was on the seat when he got out, and he got out the car without a gun.
But yeah, one of those cops had like a hand injury or something.
Yeah, he shot a cop. A cop had a hand injury. Got shot in the hand or something.
Well, if he's a brother, they're gonna kill us regardless. They're not gonna give you a choice, even if you got a gun or not. They're gonna shoot you up. They're gonna light you up.
They came at him with guns. They didn't have on uniforms. They were like the tactical force or unmarked whatever type cops and stuff like that. So yeah. Go ahead, Shenard or Foxy.
Yeah, I think like after he, allegedly fired the first shot, I think he came to the realization that let me just surrender or try to surrender. And they just kept shooting.
Yeah, I think that he just had a fear. That's what I think. I think
like no one here can say how he felt in that moment.
Yeah, you can't.
You know what I'm saying? Like he probably is thinking to himself like, okay, I'm about to get my freedom taken away from me. I don't want to go back to jail or prison. Maybe let them just take me out or something like that. Okay, all right, so they didn't kill me now. Let me try to surrender. Or maybe it was probably done out of anger. Like, why did they stop me why did they stop him in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Oh, for over a seatbelt? Okay, that's bullshit. Now I'm angry.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like there can be police corruption, and that can happen all types of levels. The fact that even after he died, they had a memorial service and his brother was arrested. His brother was arrested for basically, they said that his brother was resisting arrest and assault, but his brother didn't have any weapons or anything on him either. And they arrested him at a protest that his brother was having for them. Like,
Crazy.
you never know if they're targeted or if their family is. It could be things going on within the police that folks don't even know about. But it can get real deep. Like, we
Yeah, those D boys, they'll stop. They just run off of assumptions, you know. And
yeah, my thing is like, what type of training is that? Like, someone mentioned de-escalation, not having the skills to de-escalate, too much of problem solving. Like, for me, they're a tactical force, so you're not necessarily making a traffic stop unless you're following these people for some particular reason or whatnot. Who knows? But it was, yeah, it was way too much, and I think that it's the same thing that happens over again. I think that he definitely was wrong for shooting at the cop and anybody who does shoot at a cop. So it's unfortunate that he lost his life. But I think the way that he lost his life in the manner that he did is what is problematic.
See, you're adding more to, because I don't know this case, and so it was plain clothes.
Yeah.
He's a BT,
Yes.
so they probably been following him. There could be there's layers to what's going on with this case. So when we see, but regardless, it doesn't excuse the fact that there was shots. I mean, was he shot 96 times, or it was shots?
No.
There was 96 shots.
Yeah, it was 96 shots. 4 cops, and they shot 96 times. That was what they.
So that means they reloaded like 3-4 times.
Yeah.
Each one of them like clipped up a couple of times.
Yeah, like it was a shootout, but they were shooting, and he wasn't shooting no more.
And then the brother gets arrested. So I don't, this it sounds like they've been probably watching them.
Yeah, the brother.
And they were just looking for a reason.
Yeah, the brother was having a protest for what happened to his brother, the way he was killed by the cops. Yeah, they arrested them.
I mean, it's just a sad situation. I mean, I really could. But then I'm listening, and I'm like, they've probably been watching him. Like, they've been looking for a reason to get him for something, for whatever it is. And that this case kind of sounds, it sounds, remember the woman, Sandra Bland?
Yeah.
She was stopped too for
oh yeah.
A violation. I think her tail light was out or something like that. And I think, and see, when this goes back to, now we're talking about a Black woman. Her story is completely wiped under that jail cell.
Yeah, I totally think the cops killed her also. Like,
I mean, like, when you're looking at how she was in that picture, and then she was smoking weed. Yeah. She had a little roach with her. She had a little clip, and then she's in her car. See, and then this is the whole thing. Like, each state has their own little constitution. They have their own rules and regulations. But then you're driving in what we would call your own. This is your car is your own. I forgot the term of it. Like, when you're dealing on a sovereign. Because I think that's what she was too, and they were watching her because she was very. She's like an activist. She was an activist, and she was very vocal on social media. And I think they also were targeting her as well, because they used to take down her YouTube pages. I mean, her Instagram pages and things of that nature. But yeah, and smoking, and now they're using that as, oh well, you can't smoke, but she's in her car. But not like she's in a public area where she's smoking.
Yeah, and that's. I mean? But that was their reason for stopping her. But even that, though, if you are even if she was asking questions, or because I think she
kind of resisted.
So why are you stopping me and things of that nature? And you're a Black woman, you're coming off as being mildly aggressive, resistant, all of those things. When they arrested her and took her to jail, they said that she basically killed herself or whatnot, as if she was
Right. Like,
of
no.
that nature.
Because no.
It's a system to continue to make money. You have jump out boys that come out certain times, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and you arrest these people, and you have bail bonds, and
Yeah, they gotta make their collar.
system that keeps on going and going, and then you're arresting people and you're putting them in jail. Like my brother was shot at 19, and he was shot in the back by a cop. And the fact that he was shot in the back, this cop supposedly had his vision obstructed because his shirt was pulled over his head. And he was basically just shooting. My brother was a person to get hit, and he got hit in the back. We protested. We went to court. All of those things. And basically,
is your brother still with us today, or
no? My brother died. It was in 2008. He was 19 years old.
Because of them?
Yeah, and he was shot by the cops in the back. Yes. And what they said was that man was on the force for 25 years, so he had sound judgment. But he couldn't see where he was shooting. And
right. So you're in retirement mode, 24 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you may have experience, but you can still be a little rusty if you haven't been out there.
Yeah. But it was.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Beauty Queen.
Mm-hmm. So
that was before body cameras and stuff like that.
Right. See, and that's what's going to come out with this case is the body camera is going to show.
That's what came out today. So that's the video that I have posted for people to see. Yeah, and that's what came out today. So that showed the cops like speaking to them and asking him to get out the car, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Oh
man. Mm-hmm.
That's just I'm speechless because either way, both parties on both sides, it's
I mean, there's a level where we should live in a society where we are law abiding citizens, and we are able to be protected, and we respect those who put their lives on the line every day for us. But sadly, it's not like that. And I don't necessarily know if it's the violence from the job that they have to deal with, or the violence that's caused amongst these people on the streets, and then the corruptedness that some of them have. Now, I definitely wouldn't say that it's all cops, but in major cities, there are a lot of problems. But I commend cops for doing their job and stepping out. And it's unfortunate that we have certain situations where some cops don't, use their power in such a great way. But I don't even know if they was using their power, because before 7 was up out of here, like he said, if you shoot at a cop,
disrespectful. You don't talk to any woman that way. So
but listen.
Let that out. Like, don't sit here and patronize and be like, "Oh, well, Black Queen," and then you talk about shut the fuck up. Like,
yeah,
the internet is real cute. The internet is real cute, but in the streets, it's not.
In a city like Chicago, there's a lot of cops that are either Black or of other races or skin tones. I don't like the word race, but also
other ethnicities.
They follow a certain mindset. A lot of, and you can kind of see that mindset play. You can kind of see it in action on other channels if you know where to find them at, and they think the same way as the original police departments that were founded in this country thought the same way. Like the Boston Police, for example, that really started out as a slave catcher department to catch runaway slaves and stuff like that. And there's just certain people that have a certain mindset that you can't get rid. They can't get rid of it. They'll just. I think they're probably born that way. I don't know. I mean,
well, yeah, Boston PD is. I mean, NYPD is their little brothers because they're just as bad. And then you have LAPD that is like those three that tripod. Those are like the big When you hear about crooked, you'll hear Boston, New York, and LA.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you know,
Or
most of these
Katrina, you
people
heard New Orleans.
were just born.
Mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm.
believe that they were born with some sort of mental deficiency that caused them to either hate themselves growing up. They probably were bullied, and
Yeah, so they want to take it out on somebody else.
as they got older, they had this sort of cluster B mindset, you know, to feel they feel whole, you know, better than the average man or something like that, or they just feel, and so they get into these positions of power, and they look at themselves as if they're gods, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, and so I don't look at it as a race thing. It's mostly a mindset. Doesn't matter if it's a black cop or a white cop or a Hispanic cop.
Well,
It doesn't matter.
when you put that uniform on, you're all in the same gang, as they
Mhm.
say. So they're in a hive
Right.
mentality. So you're right, King Shanard. It doesn't matter what
Yes.
complexion they are, what ethnicity. As long as they have that uniform on, they have to go by that code. It's the code blue or whatever, you know, different
That's
states.
what I
But
was
yeah,
saying.
you
We
got
are
that
on the
uniform on, you
organization.
are on one accord.
Mhm.
Right.
I don't know if y'all heard about it was called it's on the Hulu, it's a documentary, and it was about, I think it was either 7 or 12 NYPD officers in Brooklyn that went against the grain because they were tired of collaring, and specifically Puerto Rican or Hispanics and Black males. And so they went against NYPD, and they themselves were blacklisted. They were getting death threats. They were getting all kinds of stuff, and I think there was like 1 or 2 women on in that group. But yeah, I mean, it was a small group, but they still, you know, they made this stance that they were like, we're not going to be crooked like how you want us to be. Like, this isn't right, this isn't fair. And they were all, most of them were Hispanic and Black. I think there was like maybe one Caucasian, but yeah, they took a stand, and it's unfortunate because, you know, they themselves, their so-called brothers in blue went against them, and you know, they're like,
Hey,
how could you? How could,
those are the
yeah,
outliers. Those are the ones that actually joined the police force to do good.
exactly, to do
You
their
know,
job.
right, right. So, like in this situation, I think what happened is that they probably, you know, saw those tints on his window. They
Mm-hmm.
ran his tags, and they saw that he was out on parole. I believe he was out on parole. I'm not sure. I think I read that. So they're thinking to themselves, all right, we got someone out on parole, tints on a window. Let's see where we can get.
Right.
And then let's claim that we stopped him over a seatbelt violation or something. And so he starts acting a certain way. He rolls up his window, and then it gets escalated from there.
Yeah.
You know, and I just feel like, okay, so what if he's out on parole? So what if he run his plates just based off of a fucking? Yeah. I mean, in some states it's illegal, but in most states they don't really. Should I have tints on my windows? I drive by the police sometimes. You know, I'm not. You know, and I don't get.
Yeah, you can
They
have
can't, but
it,
they
but
can't be
you can have
completely
it.
darkened
So
out.
yeah, you can't be
Yeah, but
darkened out. Like you can have it.
that's subjective. Some people may say, "Oh, it's too dark," or "It's too whatever." You can't have it in your front or on the passenger. You know, but they come up with all kinds of excuses, and you know, and they themselves got tints as well. Shit.
So, you know, like considering where he was at, because like I mentioned Foxy that they were like unmarked and they were like the tactical force. He was supposedly in like a certain type of neighborhood. You know, a
Yeah.
lot of people said that it would just be assumed that he could be up to no good because of where he was.
Exactly.
But you know, I think that a lot of times those forces or whatever they put together are set up just like that, stop and frisk and all that in certain communities just to target certain people in groups. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, you mean where else would you find them at?
Yeah, because you're not like in Manhattan, and y'all know the Diamond District, 42nd Street. For those that are not familiar with New York City, I mean Times Square. They got
Times Square, yeah.
patrol down there heavily, right? But you're not giving that same credence to the South Bronx. Like you're looking at us as animals. But if you go down on Park Avenue where Gucci and all that, there's not that crime there, and there's no need for police protection or heavy police presence. But in the South Bronx, in Brownsville, in Harlem, you're there heavily because you know what I mean. So and it's like it's not right because we all aren't deviants. We're all not stick up kids. We're all not harming. Yeah, there's a group of just like there's a group of corrupt cops. There's a group of corrupt people in any community. But you're not going to like 77th Street and Park Avenue. like they're not. You know what I mean? And those are the hoity-toities. They got the money. But crime is crime. Crime happens everywhere, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't know. Yeah. We have the same. It's still biased up here.
Some would say that
don't get it twisted. New York City is not this. Even though it's they make it like it's the melting pot. No, it still gets. There's still a lot of discrimination. They're still very racist in your face, if you want to say racist. But they just show it to you. Like Donald Trump, like tell me about myself in my face. Don't go behind my back and talk about me, but tell me. And so yeah, they tell you in your face.
Some would say that those neighborhoods don't require any of that though, because they don't have a certain character or group of people that do particular activities in the Manhattans and in those particular places. So, but they have sometimes heavy police in those places, heavy security for heavy protection for their citizens and their communities. Whereas in the communities where it's running rapid, there usually isn't a lot of police. They don't get there fast enough, but they can be there to terrorize you and all those things. But when the other people who live in those communities who aren't doing what the people who are doing bad, but they're there for whatever reason, class, money, rents, this is cheap, whatever. They're not getting the protection that they need. So it's unfortunate. So why is that? I mean, you stack police officers here and make sure that these people are protected, but don't worry about this group here.
Yeah, because there's working class people in these in the so-called hoods. There's middle class. There's people that are
that's the word I was looking for.
Law-abiding. Yes, they're law-abiding. They're just as scared as these little gun-toting, stick-up kids, and they're just as afraid. But because they can't afford to live on 77th and Park Avenue, that doesn't mean that they're so we can't buy our protection like they can. It's double. It's a weird dynamic, and it's unfortunate it still happens to this very day.
There's some people that would say, they'll try to justify that killing and say, oh, they got someone off the street that was a so-called criminal, right? And but I mean, what does that do? I mean, I don't see how that's gonna, they probably might say something like, oh, they probably got someone off the street that could have killed somebody the next week or something like that, or whatever bullshit, but
because that's how they run that narrative. They do that.
In Chicago,
we don't know if he was trying to change his life around just because. And they give you this, they give you enough room to metaphorically hang yourself, and make it so that you can't really once you get out and try to get on your feet. They make it a little harder for you because they're waiting to catch you in your act. That's why I'm saying, like, if this guy, they might have been surveillance in him.
So true. Yeah.
Like I recently I watched a documentary on Amazon Prime. It was about Meek Mill and his case with before that whole Diddy shit happened. His case with the Philly Police Department, and how that judge in this case was a black woman. Her name was I forgot her name, but she sentenced him to like a crazy sentence. He had jail time and he had a crazy amount of probation. And you know, every time he tried to do something, or if he did something like say taking a photo with a fake gun, she will you know, violate him on that, send him to jail or this and that, or
Yeah, the stipulations of his probation were very, very like
yeah,
he had a curfew at like he was probably like I think he was on it since he was like 13 or 14 or something. He had a curfew at like 7 or 8 o'clock. So it made it hard for him to work, hard for him to see his child, all types of stuff. I didn't mean to cut you off, King Shinar.
And even that case, and now he even got busted up. You know, it was off of nothing. You know, it was just sort of like the situation right now. They just wanted to find, you know, just something to get him on, or his peoples or whatever, the house that he stayed at. And the whole case was just a bunch of BS. And so, you know, it came out like how she tried to have him, I guess, sign one of her, like, I guess, help out one of her family members or something like that, or she wanted him to sing a song or something. You know, and yeah, it just.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me welcome Black Moses to the panel. Hey, Black Moses, thank you for joining the panel. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, I'm well this evening. How are you guys doing?
I'm good. Happy Friday.
Oh,
Black
happy Friday. Great Friday. What's up, Foxy?
We was talking about the Dexter Reed case, the fact of how he shot at the cops, and the cops shot at him 96 times and he was killed, and the thoughts about that surrounding that. Do you know about that case?
Yeah, I saw some of it, and yeah, you shoot a cop, you forfeit your life. You know, whether it's 6 bullets or 96 bullets. You know, they're gonna shoot in there to make sure you're completely immobile. You know, so if that takes 96 bullets, then that's what it takes. You know, especially if they can't see you because your windows are tinted. You know, they don't know if you duck down in the car and you're waiting to just get a lick back. You know, they don't know when your windows are tinted. So you call it overkill. I'm like, once you shoot a cop, and he shot a cop in the wrist, you know, could have been worse. But once you do that, you know, you forfeit your life. You pretty much do that, especially when it's on site.
Do you think that's what he actually wanted to happen?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? So,
well, yeah,
suicide by cop.
Oh,
I don't know if there's. I think what's going on is a tradition of making cops the boogeyman. You know, so these kids, and he was what, 20? What was he? 22,
26.
23, 20, 26. He was almost 30. Oh,
Yeah.
damn. So, I know. I thought he was like, you know, 20, 21, 22 at the most. I know it's 26. Damn, you pushing 30, dude. You know, so you riding around with a gun already. I don't know if you had priors, but I mean, just that whole, and I thought Chicago PD had softened up, you know, but I guess they still hardcore with it. But man, you
but what do you think about that stop?
What stop?
The
when they stopped him?
Them stopping him for not wearing a seatbelt.
Well, it was a routine traffic stop. Maybe it was one of those areas that they, you know, they do those high stops, or you never know. But dude, if you give them a reason, you know, and I don't know if you're playing I don't know about all that, but if one cop stops you for your seatbelt, And I saw where they told them, don't put your window back up, keep your window down,
Mm-hmm.
because usually you put your car in park, you know, and I don't know about putting your hands on the steering wheel, but you put your car in park, hands where we can see them, and
Mm-hmm.
it's to protect them. I mean, they want to go home too. They want to go home too. So, but in Chicago, you've had this years and years of vilifying cops.
Well,
Just
how do you
like,
think how do you think that started though?
what do you mean?
What the whole vilifying cops? How do you think that started?
Well, some is on the part of a few bad cops in certain areas over decades or even maybe centuries. Especially during Jim Crow and all that in the South, right? And
Right,
and and,
right.
and so it was whites against blacks. There weren't any blacks in the police force at that time because it was segregation and all that. So that's a build. So yeah, you got history of bad actors on the police side, but then you got this continuous, even though things change at civil rights and all these things are gradually changing.
But can't you see that transcends through generations?
But how does it transcend, right? How does it transcend? Word of mouth, right? you
Well,
go you
growing
go
up in
around.
a household without a father,
No, it ain't got nothing to
it's
do
in
with that.
jail over some bullshit.
No, you creating one scenario. It's not that. It's no matter who. Like when I was growing up, for some reason the police in some instances was looked at as the boogeyman, you know. And I remember when I first got stopped. I got stopped was in my prom night. I had my brother let me use his car, and me and the girl I was with and a partner of mine, we was going up towards the school because people were meeting up at the school after the prom. And I guess I was speeding. I don't know what I was doing, but I got stopped by some policemen, pulled over. Uh, and it was two white policemen, and I got a ticket. Did they give me a ticket or a warning? I think I got a ticket, maybe, but it wasn't nothing like they weren't rude or nothing like that. They was just, I don't know. I wasn't scared. And then the thing about it, I wasn't scared or nothing. I just pulled my car over to the side, got stopped. I think they wrote me a ticket. I took it home. My mom got mad about it. Uh, but it wasn't no elevation. None of us were scared, but for some reason, these voices in these communities build these word of mouth things about policemen, because of a few bad actors and because of some history. Those old people back then
Say a
feel, hey, cops
few.
didn't have their best interest at heart, huh?
Said a few bad actors.
Yeah, a few bad actors. Yeah. Now back then, before civil rights and all that, it was probably more bad actors then because, like I said, you had segregation, and black people were treated bad. So the cops were white. What do you expect for them to do? Yeah. But over time, as things changed, those behaviors should change. But one behavior is still unbalanced, and that's mainly still because of word of mouth now.
You know what I think? I think once those body cameras came out, they kind of had to get a little bit more slicker in the way um they interact with the public in those areas. Um, like just running tags for no reason or just finding a reason or whatever to pull someone over.
Well,
Um,
yeah, yeah. But you got to look
I,
at it like this. That's an industry. That's an industry. So they're in that
yeah,
industry
it's
is
the
one
business.
sided.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's one sided. So if they have to meet, like they used to say, they had quotas. That's an industry. They have to fill those city, what they call them, coffers. You know, so they have to fill them up somehow. And shoot, you Monday. If you go down to the ticket building on Mondays, it's full. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, so yeah, that's an industry, and people always forget that. They feel like police ain't supposed to do this, ain't supposed to that, but the police are working for an industry, and in some circles, they call it the company. That's what they call the city, the company.
Yeah.
You know, so the company has to run too. So how do you think it's going to run? It's going to run based off people getting tickets, crimes. You know, they get federal money for how many people they house in these jails, because if they're not housing enough
That's
people,
what I
some of
said.
these jails get closed down. You know,
Mhm.
so are you going to put yourself in a position to be a part of that industry by being a criminal, or you know, yeah, people get tickets. Yeah, it's a part of it. You know,
So the cops that shot the man, they have basically been relieved of their duties for now, like suspended or something, while this investigation goes on. Do you guys think an investigation is needed and the cops should be suspended?
well, that's always the case. You know, that's always the case when there's a shooting like this. You know,
Hmm.
that's I guess it's mandatory now. You know, yeah.
But yo, Moses, what do you think about these northern states making it hard for the average person to own a gun?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, look at what you got. You know, look at what you have. You
I
have,
mean, don't you think that kind of sets them up to like, especially folks that live in, you know, in the hood, right? Don't you think that kind of sets them up for all other kinds of bullshit in the future?
well, yeah, on that end, it sets the good people up, the law-abiding citizens who can't get firearms. It sets them up where they can't protect themselves from the bad guys who get firearms off the streets. That's going to get them anyway off the streets. Yeah, it sets
But
them
let's say
up.
they're not
Yeah,
actually a bad guy. Let's say they're not actually a bad guy. They're rather risk carrying a gun than to get their life taken away
Hey,
by
Spirit.
other bad
wait,
guys.
what now?
Because you know the bad guys, the so-called bad guys, right? There's different, you know, there's different sets between them. One is actually good, the other one is actually bad. One starts the bullshit, the other one is a bitch, the other one is not.
Where are we going?
I mean, you know, most of the stuff that you see going on, like as far as like beefs in the hood or whatever, it's always started by. Never mind. I don't know if you don't understand
Yes,
what I'm
we
saying.
don't know, but I'm
It's
not
always
talking.
started by one of your own, basically. So
Yeah,
you're carrying a weapon in that and like places like Baltimore, Philly,
my
New
bad. I've been
York.
drinking. My bad.
So you in Boston, like certain part Roxbury, right? So you're carrying a weapon
To defend against people who
to
look.
defend against. Exactly. Like I used to when I was, a teenager, I used to carry a shank around.
Me too.
That and it wasn't to go and terrorize people. It was for my own protection because sometimes I'm leaving late at night from either school or a friend's house or what have you, and we're walking around by ourselves. Yeah, we got to have some protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, you have to worry about your own.
Yeah.
Right. But then what happens is, so now you got what they call the ops, right? So you got beef in the streets with some other, it used to be the, different gangs. It's still kind of like that, right? So now you're carrying protection for yourself because somebody can come and get you. So I guess that's what King is saying. Like, so, you're not necessarily the bad guy, but sometimes the bad guy looks like you. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, initially, I heard what he was saying, the police can lump you all together, but when it comes down to it, they know who the frequent bad actors are in a particular community and who's just a regular law-abiding citizen having to protect themselves. It might have to be a process to find that out. But for the most part, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you mind your business, you go to work, you take care of your family, and then you got these other people on the other side that pilfers, rapes, robs, and do all this. Who's more than likely going to get the benefit of the doubt? That's what we're talking about. Who's going to get the benefit of the doubt?
This dude, right? I mean, from what I saw, I think his only charge was him getting caught with that gun.
Who are we talking about?
The dude that died.
He wasn't charged with anything. They stopped him because
they didn't even know he had a gun. They didn't know he had
a prior.
What was his prior? His prior.
He had a pending gun charge.
Oh wow. See, I didn't know that.
Mm.
See, I haven't really looked into it. I just saw the video,
Hmm.
but he had a pending gun charge. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hmm.
Okay. So
And they
that's
pulled him over saying that. Well, you said you saw the stop, so yeah. But
yeah.
Ivan, I like what you said when you said like if you're a law-abiding citizen taking care of your family, a lot of stuff you don't have to worry about that. Foxy asked this question and earlier, and I understood. I still understood where she was going. I was saying that maybe this guy pulled this trigger because of the trauma or what he felt could possibly happen being a black guy and the cops coming up on him. Foxy asks, do black men have that fear? Most black men have that fear from cops. What do you think about that?
I'm a fear no. Uh hatred, yes. You know,
Hmm.
they have that, but
Oh
fear
wow.
no. No, but
Hatred?
hatred, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I've been stopped, and I know I was doing some messed up stuff when I got stopped. I mean, I got stopped going like 100 miles down 67, which was 60 miles per hour. 60, it was the freeway, it was 60, maybe 55. I'm doing 100, trying to make it to a concert, and I get stopped. You know, I get stopped, and I was leaving work. I was selling cars then. So I had on my bank. I think I was working for Auto Nation or something like that. And he saw the shirt, and man, the dude was like, "Man, where you going?" And when he stopped me, I gave him a wrong name. I told him I was from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I gave him a bogus. I think I gave him a bogus driver license, a bogus Social Security. Man,
Wow.
dude went to the car and ran and came and said, "Hey, man, you know that's not you." He just came back, and I was like, "Okay, man, look, I was telling what I was trying to do, and he made me get out the car." Then another officer pulled up, and it was late. I don't know how late it was, but it was late. I got out work and I was still hanging over. You know, I think I was messing with some girl before I went to the concert. And then another officer pulled up, and they was talking to me, and it had to be like midnight because he said, "Had you been drinking?" And I said, "No, man, I hadn't had a drink since last night." He said, "Well, last night was 30 minutes ago because you know it
Mhm.
just switched over." And we all laughed about it. And he gave me all he did was gave me a ticket after I lied to him and falsified my ID and all this stuff. He wrote me a ticket and I went on about my business. You know, I've been stopped plenty of times. I can't tell you there was one time that I've been stopped where it felt like I was being mistreated because I know if I was speeding, I knew if I ran a light, I knew if my tags was out. It's just run the gamut. You know, I knew it. I knew it was on me. Now, what it turns to, it's about what it turns to. You know,
Mm.
not what it is. It's
Mhm.
Right.
what it turns to, and a lot of these guys, for some reason, and it's because of the reputation that the police have been given in some of these areas, they just fly off the handle for no reason. Oh, you just treat me bad because I'm black. You just doing, and I'll be like, man, you know,
But can't you see the difference between your situation and Dexter Reed's situation?
what do
What?
you mean? Can I see the difference? What
Like
was the
he was
difference?
probably in the wrong place at the wrong time.
There is
You
no
know,
wrong place.
they ran his tags.
So
They
what do
found
you
out he
mean
had
there's no
a
wrong
pending
place? If
gun
you're not
charge, right?
There's no
if you're not
okay, so
doing nothing
that's
wrong, there's no wrong place.
there is no wrong. I mean,
No,
okay,
I'm saying okay. I'm saying at that exact time, like if he was somewhere else and they weren't posted up wherever they were at, you know, it's a different story. But I'm saying if for him being at that neighborhood with the boys out there, whatever, and they just run, they see the tents, they run his tags, and they find he has a pending gun charge. Okay, he probably may have a piece on him right now. Let's see what we can do. Let's say, okay, we're just pulling you over for a seatbelt violation after he rolled down his window or something, right? But they couldn't see that through the tents, right? If it was dark enough, as they claim. But even that is something else because I
so
mean,
that's why they stopped him. Was
it
that
has to be
hearsay?
a certain level of
So is that why
posse
they
to get you.
stopped him, or is that hearsay?
No, they
That's
stopped
what
him
they
for the seatbelt.
the seatbelt, right?
Okay.
Yes, no having no seatbelt on. Yes.
Okay, so
but they were, and then they were plain clothes.
Yeah.
So
Right. That too.
So maybe
he's
they were
probably
already
thinking,
following that group. Maybe he was a part of a group that they were
see, that's
already
what I'm
following.
thinking too now. Mhm.
Yeah, so now they're investigating the validity of the traffic stop.
Right.
This is what Kim Fox is now called on to do.
Oh, okay. Well, I could
Mhm.
see that because those detectives or those whatever units they kind of do that. They try to see what's going, So yeah, if it was bogus, then yeah, I could see the wrong in that.
Right.
I can see the wrong
Mhm.
in that, but once they stop you, you've been stopped. You know, you act accordingly. You wind your window down, and they told them to wind the window down. It went back up. It went
Mhm.
back up.
You
And
know,
when they keep
I think
telling,
I think if he would have never shot at them, he would have probably gotten off. You know, if you can prove that it was an illegal
if he
stop,
has a gun charge,
but he
if he has a
probably wasn't
gun
thinking
charge
straight.
already pending
They're
on
gonna
him,
assume that he has a gun in
he
the
was going to
vehicle.
jail. He was
I don't know how
being
the
that he
laws are.
Yeah, and if you and he had a gun on him too, yeah,
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 he
that's
was
what I'm
going to
saying.
yeah.
jail.
That's why he probably didn't want to go back to jail. He probably chose that route. But I'm saying, like, I gave an example earlier of my boy. Like, again, well, there was a shooting around the area that he was chilling at. He was sitting in his car smoking. Police pull up, thinking that it was him that did it. The chick that he was with gave them a wrong name because like she was like scamming like checks and stuff. She had like some check fraud charge. She gave them a wrong name, and they ended up searching his whip. They found a gun under the seat. He ended up sitting in county for like a couple of months, and then after that, they ended up dropping the whole case because the police never had what motion they filed a motion for I forgot the exact name, but they ended up dropping the whole case because they should have never been stopped in the first place.
Because they
But
couldn't prove, basically, right?
but they
Right.
got stopped. You said he was parked smoking.
He was parked on the street smoking. There was a shooting around the area. They just they just searched the first car that they saw parked in that area with the lights on. They thinking that, I mean, if someone is shooting in the air, they're not gonna stay there. So he just
Okay.
I guess he
Well,
didn't hear it or something, and
So it's
yeah,
like they
they
profiled and they
stopped
couldn't
him. And they said,
win
"Oh,
it because yeah.
yeah, so they
so
turning over
because
all
they found a
stones. No
gun,
stone went unturned.
Right.
Yeah.
right?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're
So
in
they
an
just
area
they
where they just got through shooting, right? Uh you got a gun in the car. You smoking weed sitting in the car,
blasting
you say the
music.
girl had finesse charges, check charges, you know. You lucky you did just 2 months, with a gun found in your car. You lucky you didn't get arrested and held for that shooting, you know.
Mhm.
You lucky to that, you know.
Mhm.
And why was he
I'll tell you how the
Nathan just
name. Hold on, hold
judge
on.
him a golly.
I'll tell you how the name. Should
Yeah,
I?
and I
We
think
don't want to
like
know his name. We don't
if
know.
you are quote unquote law abiding, you're not you know that these people are doing their job. And a case in point, I happened something like with Black
Put it in the
Moses. Like
back.
I knew I
back
was in the wrong. I was smoking a Black and Mild on a train platform that was outside. Like I knew you couldn't smoke in the indoor platforms. So, but at the time I had moved to Jersey and they had this was like 2000. So they had started implementing that you couldn't smoke in any public places. So I'm waiting for the train. I whip out the Black and Mild, wait to, for my train to come. And here comes the transit authority cop. So I immediately throw the cigar on the floor, thinking I'm gonna be, I'm slick. Like he didn't see that. And he steadies comes to me and he's like, and I'm like, it's not a blunt, it's not a blunt. Like I'm already defensive.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
And he was cool with me, but I was like, it's not a blunt, it's not a blunt. And he's like, ma'am, there's no smoking, period. And I was like, well, I didn't know that. I'm not from here. He's like, show me your ID. And thank goodness it validated. I had a Jersey non-driver's ID. But and in my defense, I really didn't know that you couldn't smoke outdoors like that on the platform. But so I just, took that L and he gave me a ticket. But yeah, like if you know you're in the wrong, And like I already went into self-defense. Like, no, it's not a blunt. It's not a blunt. Like, it's a cigar. It doesn't matter. I'm not supposed to be smoking. Period. I think when we know what we're up against, we're gonna act accordingly. But if you are a shady suspect and you're acting shady, they have these officers are warranted to do their job because you're acting a certain kind of way.
Yeah,
So
suspicious activity.
yeah, like
Yeah, I
it's good.
put the
Like
name.
they're
I put
doing their job because they're protecting the neighborhood. But in certain neighborhoods, you know, there's deviant, dastardly people. So, you know, and unfortunately, like my family, who's, you know, we're quote unquote law abiding citizens.
Yeah, I put the name in the back chat. I was just saying, name is Asha, and then TOOMBS
He should have still, but he didn't. Damn him.
ACLU, Asha Toombs with 2 O's. So yeah, this was a chick that I actually because I was hanging out with, I introduced, well, her friend, okay, so I called up her friend, and her friend brought her along, and I brought her to my boy Keith, and so I kind of felt guilty for even, you know, because he just hit me up one day like, yo, you gotta need, what the hell, you know what I'm saying, like, where they at? So I hit her friend up, and so she brought her along.
One second, Kingston. What is this about?
Yeah, this is about.
No, I'm saying I put it in the
Why are
back
you
chat.
putting people names up? We don't want to know these
She
people,
don't
man, in
care.
your business, man. Why are you?
I'm just saying that's an example.
We are,
Just
transitioning
name
from this.
dropping and business dropping.
We are
We don't care
transitioning
about
from
them,
this.
man.
We are now transitioning from this
I'm
topic.
probably drink.
now.
I drunk too
She
much.
was
My
doing
bad.
checks. She was doing check scams and got your boy 2 months. You know.
Thank you, Blue Jay, for joining. Can y'all hear me?
Nah, you
Thank you.
like
Yeah,
6
thank you,
months.
Blue Jay, for joining the chat. Seven still says he should have given you a pass. Foxy Moon is saying hi to Blue Jay. Blue Jay, we haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for joining. Blue Jay says, I heard about this story. It's way sad. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But I mean, he shot at the cops, so I mean, I really don't expect anything short of what happened, unfortunately.
I saw
Regardless
the
of
mom.
whether
I saw the mom, and I'm like, you know, he shot at a cop. Did she not know that?
yeah, she knew that. She said they killed her baby. They
Yeah,
shot
but
at
did she know
him
that
96 times.
Did she know that her baby shot first?
I don't know about that. I assume she does. It's a
'Cause
month later. They just got the video footage today.
Yeah, but it doesn't warrant them to unload and then reload and clip off on him like
yes, it
that.
do. Yes, it do.
96 shots.
Yes,
Come
it do.
on.
Yeah.
Come on, Ivan.
But even when he's down, even when he's down,
they don't
still
know he's
kept
down.
shooting.
He's behind tinted windows.
No, he's outside already. They said a beauty queen, right? Was he outside of the car at this point?
No, he's in the car.
Yeah, he got shot. He got shot in the car. Then he shot at them while he was in the car. Then they shot back at him. He got out of the car to surrender himself, and they kept shooting at him. They shot at him 96 times.
Yeah, that's where they're wrong.
Or something
Wait a
like
minute.
that.
So did he get out the car with the gun?
Yo, it's like
Can't see it on camera.
Yeah, don't put it on camera. Don't do it.
No, I mean from the body camera, you couldn't see him actually get out.
See, because here's the thing: if you've already shot, if you already shot at the cops.
Hold on, Moses. Hold on, Moses.
White noise.
Let me see.
Is that my big cat?
You already know it.
What's up, twin?
Go ahead, Moses.
Yeah, if you've already shot at the cops, it don't matter if you're in the car or out. They don't know when you get out that car if you still got that piece and you're gonna still be shooting. They don't know. They just unloading at that point. They trying to eliminate the threat. And that's the thing. It's just like in war, you know.
Nah, that's too excessive.
What? Too excessive?
That's too excessive.
No, it's a follow through. You know, he's still standing. It's still standing. Like when the cops chase you after you've assaulted a cop. Let's say you stab a cop and you take off running. When they chase you, if you're fighting them when they're chasing you and they got you down, they're going to try to knock you out. It's to eliminate the threat. As long as you're
True.
up and mobile, you're still a threat. You shot at a cop. You have a firearm. They have to eliminate the threat. You are the threat. You're still standing.
Mm.
They don't know what you're capable of. They have to eliminate the threat.
Yeah, I
We
see
cannot.
that.
Thank
I know
you.
we're not finna get technical on how many times they shot after this dude just shot a cop. We're not finna get what they supposed. Okay, are there any laws or rules in the police guideline that says, "Hey, after 25 shots, stop"? No.
Well, that's what
The-
they
It
investigate, and
should be.
they
It
are
should be.
It's to
the
eliminate the threat. That's it. Eliminate the
Kim
threat.
Fox and the city of Chicago are now going to investigate these 4 cops for this day about these shots that's been hauled off. The mayor is in an uproar and all of that as well. Thank you, Big Cat, for joining. I'm not sure if you know about the case of Dexter Reed, who shot a cop and got shot, and then they shot at him. But that's what we
Chicago.
are talking about. What you say?
In Chicago?
Yeah.
Idea.
Did you say no idea or you do know?
Yeah, I think I have an idea. I was listening to OG Ye
Okay.
last night. He was talking about he from Chicago.
Okay, we was about to transition off of it, but you can definitely say something about it if you want. How you doing? Happy Friday.
Oh yeah, man. Shalom, man. Foxy, what they do, baby?
Missed you on the live.
Cooler, man. But yeah, no, it's the whole lead up. You know, it's like I don't really like. I look at things from an objective perspective. You heard me?
Mm-hmm.
Because not every cop is a pig.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a boomerang off of Yak, like what he was saying yesterday. It's like, yo, we gotta stop riding around on some. We gotta stop riding dirty. We gotta stop just being so self-absorbed to think that we have a chance against law enforcement when we don't. So opening fire on the officers, what is your plan? What did you think was gonna happen? It doesn't work that way. You can't be out here on some sloppy ass stuff and then expect mercy from a police officer when a lot of police officers really want to kill you. They want that chink. You know what I mean? They want that stripe. A lot of them just thrive off of that. A lot of them go their whole careers waiting on that first motherfucker to kill. You know, so it's just like I'm not sitting here playing devil's advocate, but I do gotta play both sides of the field. And I'm straddling that fence, and it's like that's just what it is. Cause I don't believe that all cops are that just naive to the point. But sometimes we're the ones naive to the point. If I get pulled over right now and I be like, and I'm cocky and I'm overconfident, and you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's just I'm kind of surprised at you Moses and at you Blue Jay in the chat and stuff that about the 96 shots. Like I understand it, but I mean, I just really feel like it was a bit excessive. I feel like he surrendered. The gun was in the car. He got out. He was on the ground dead. They were still shooting at him while he was dead. Like that is crazy.
You say he surrendered? No, when he fired at the cop, he forfeited his surrendering. He forfeited already.
That's the thing.
Yeah, you can't shoot at a cop and then surrender after they done plugged you up. It's done.
The cops are a gang within themselves.
I kind of agree with that, but like I said, if he would have just probably surrendered if the court system runs like how it runs in Massachusetts, he would have probably gotten off on that, like a motion to suppress or something like that.
He's already have a pending gun charge, and he has a gun with him. He's going to jail. That's what he was trying to avoid. That's what he was trying to avoid.
For attempted murder.
Pending. Okay, all right.
Oh
But I'm
no.
Okay,
saying,
you
yeah, yeah,
already
yeah.
got a
So,
pending gun charge. You get stopped and you have a gun in the car. You're going. You're going. You know, they're going to accelerate what you already have on paper. So you're going. So he didn't want to deal with that.
but why are you a
Yeah,
convicted
you're
felon
right.
running
He
around
didn't want to
strapped
go back
anyway?
or whatever. Yeah, I
He
can see
wasn't
that.
convicted though. He was just.
So so
I
so
think he
you have
probably. You
to
don't know how
ask.
he got released.
So you
I
have
don't
to
know.
ask, was your life worth it? That's what you got to ask him. Was your life, I mean, we can't ask him, but was your life worth that? You trying to avoid some time that you are already facing anyway. So at that point, I'm gonna say he was suicidal at that point.
Oh, suicide by cop. That's common.
Oh, that's a good one. I can agree with
That's what I
that.
was saying earlier.
Yep.
But again, this whole thing would have never started if, you know, like I said, they didn't have any reason to pull him over besides using that tent to make an excuse to run his plates,
Yeah. Driving while black. Right.
and then finding that charge, and then they would have never found that charge if they would have never they had actually probable cause to run his stuff.
So they ran the tags, right? Check it out. They ran the tags. They found out it's his car, right?
Right.
Right or
Well,
wrong.
I'm just assuming that. I'm assuming that. Yeah.
Okay, so
They
we're
said
assuming.
they stopped him because he did not have on his seatbelt.
And that was it.
That's
Hmm
their
I thought it was
excuse.
attempted.
That's their excuse.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, that was it. Because I'm thinking this. If they ran the tags and saw that it was his car, he has a pending gun charge. I was going with, what if they stopped the car and then they pulled the person over and the window came down and it was his mom or his sister? You know,
Right.
it would have been a whole different scenario. It just
That's
happened to
why I
be
think
him.
I think when they when they had him roll the window down, they saw that he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. So that's what they ran with after the fact.
Wait, when you pull your car over, you still have to have your seatbelt on?
I'm
That don't
saying,
make
but
sense.
how else would they know he didn't have a seatbelt on? The windows were tinted.
You
Right?
have to be driving without your seatbelt.
How would they know? How would they know?
I don't know. That's what
Exactly.
I'm saying. That's the part
So that
that's
sounds
suspicious.
like, and if they're DT and they're undercover, that sounds like they've been
Sounds
surveillancing
like
him,
correct.
or he's just been around in that area and they've been watching. You know, like they're patrolling, they're doing their job, but if they see him like around here, you know, like the cop, like, I mean, we don't want to make it like it was just so random. I mean, there has to be a reason why, but they're going to use the driving without the seatbelt because that's how they can legally stop him. But now you got the tinted windows. Then they run his place. Like it sounds, there's more to the story than just what we're seeing.
But
And
Foxy,
it
let me
sounds
cut
like
you
they've
out. Let me
been
cut your wisdom.
all right.
How do you get pulled for not wearing a seatbelt, but at the same time the windows is too dark to see in? So how can you see I don't
Right.
have a
So that's what I'm
seatbelt?
saying. They might have been surveillancing him already from Jump Street. You get what I'm saying? If they're DT and they're plain clothes, they might have just been they're probably surveillancing that area. Maybe not him per se, but now his tinted window, so he's looking suspect. So they're going to use the driving without a seatbelt. It's more to this story than what we know right now because it doesn't even sound like this is just random. If this is plain
Yeah.
clothes and they stop him, that means he's been in this area that they've been probably surveillancing, and again, maybe not him specifically, but they've been surveillancing the area, and he comes through. He looks suspect.
I would
That's
assume
your probable
so because
cause,
he already doesn't have a license and he already has priors from what I heard. And it's Chicago.
right? So that's
They
why
have
they did.
cameras on every freak. They have 2 cameras per block.
Yeah, you're talking about the second major gang affiliated city in the country next to LA.
Facts. Yeah.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, not the first. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm like, shoot, I just don't. I'm trying to get. Y'all are saying that.
So you saying that this could be random then? Like this is just that could happen, or you?
I said it could have been a mistaken identity, and the cops are putting that story together, and that's why they said it was like traffic stop like that. I mean,
But
I
have the
don't
cops
know.
said anything? So the cops now, y'all
I
are
don't think so.
saying this is fact that the cops have already made a statement that they stopped him for a seatbelt. Is this what y'all saying?
Yeah, that's what it said.
Who is they? Because y'all say stuff, and then when it comes out, they never
This
said
is
that.
the New
It's
No,
York
they
just like
said it.
Times.
They
The
said it
it's
was
New
just
for a
York.
like
seatbelt.
This is
it's
the
just
New
like
York Times right here by Michael Levinson, Chicago police officers killed
Disclaimer,
a
fair use, fair
26
use.
a
Fair use.
26-year-old man doing a traffic stop last month, firing an estimated 96 shots after he fired first and wounded an officer.
Rise girl. I need to get to the seatbelt part. You said a traffic stop.
Yes,
You,
okay, here we
but
go.
where's the seatbelt part? That's what I want to know.
According to Kirsten, the office chief administrator, 5 plainclothes officers who were assigned to a tactical unit and traveling in an unmarked vehicle stopped Mr. Reed at about 6 p.m. on March the 21st. Miss Kirsten said the purported reason for the stop was that Mr. Reed was not wearing a seatbelt. After
Okay.
stopping Mr. Reed, officers surrounded his vehicle and began giving him verbal commands, and then it ensued.
Oh, okay. All right.
Is that good enough for you, Black Moses?
Yeah, that's good enough. Now it was a
Okay.
tactical unit. Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
they're doing surveillance in the area. He's probably a part of that surveillance because it's probably some gang activity
Mhm.
going on. You know, so hey, I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying they're wrong. We'll just see what their procedure is for that particular unit because they're not just random traffic cops. Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
they
Right.
have to do a little bit more than a random traffic
Yeah.
cop to get the work done. So they pulled him over. Maybe they said it was a seatbelt thing, and them not being traffic cops, them being the tactical unit, they're just and him having a gun charge, him being somebody identified in that area, which could be gang affiliated. I don't know. It all just comes down to you shooting a cop. That's what it comes down to now, because they didn't shoot first. He did. You
Mhm.
gave him a
It
reason
was
to
it
let
was the
off
perfect
96 shots.
storm. No pun
Yeah,
intended. It was the perfect
yeah.
storm.
So I don't see.
But if they violated his rights and his family has a
They
wrongful
have a
death
civil case,
lawsuit,
yeah.
yeah,
The only way they could violate his rights is the stop itself and the reason for the stop itself. That's the only violation. Because once he pulled that gun out,
Mm.
they could have stopped him. And when they took him to jail, he said, "Hey, they stopped me. They said it was for a seatbelt. Here I am in jail." Then they said, "Okay, you shouldn't have did that," and let him go. But once he pulled a gun out, he's the one that flipped the channel. They didn't. You still have once you get caught up in it, you got to go through the system. So if they would have found out it was a bad stop, okay, cool. We got to let him go. If he's has priors and already been locked up, what was his excuse for not wanting to get locked up? You've already been down there. You got priors. You got a pending gun charge. So what was the deal now? You know,
He
I
probably
honestly
was
don't. I
scared.
honestly don't think
Two
nothing's
gun
gonna
charge, two
happen.
prior gun charges.
Yeah, 2 gun charges. Oh man, look, I don't think nothing's gonna happen to them cops. I really don't. I think it was a bad decision on his part, and
Mm-hmm.
he forfeited his life. What you do once you shoot a cop, if you shoot a cop and you still on the run, you forfeit your life to a certain degree. Unless you
Mm-hmm.
just throw your hands up and say, "Hey, here I am." You know, hey, it is what it is. So I hope Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and whoever else don't get to acting a fool, over this stuff and this.
Oh, don't forget Ben Crump.
Ben Crump, what is he doing? Is he involved?
No, I'm saying he's he's
We
he's
don't
one of
know
those
yet.
too. He's the new Al Sharpton.
Man, if he shows up, I'm man, shoot,
Mo
nah.
Love says yes, he was asking for the cops to retaliate because he was wrong. However, my issue is overkill. Blue J99 says, well, if the law says you can pull over for a seatbelt, then you can. Doesn't matter if we think it's dumb. Blue
What is
J
overkill?
says they can overkill is excessive shooting and shooting him after he was dead.
Wait, wait.
He's dead
It
and
used to
you're shooting
be
at him.
it used to be excessive force when they beat you up real bad. But now you shoot a cop and now it's excessive shooting. Really? Is that a
It was
thing?
a
Excessive
bad.
shooting?
No, I
Man,
just said
please.
what you
I'm
said.
emptying the clip.
Overkill.
I'm
Blue Jay
emptying the
says
clip,
they
and when I
can
finish
pull.
that, I'm grabbing the other gun.
Blue Jay said
Shoot.
he knew as well as we do that
So it's
it's
4 against 1 though, Black Moses. Let's be for real.
A petty reason, but also they had lights to pull him over.
Huh?
Does he know it was cold? Let's see here. I'm sorry. I was trying
No,
to
I
get
was saying like one cop or 2 cops, but it was 4 cops that let off 2 clips.
4 cops.
Okay, yeah, and he could have shot that gun in any direction.
That's because that was only 4 cops there. If it was 6 cops there, there would have been 6 cops shooting.
If it was 10, they would have let off.
It would have been 10 cops shooting.
He could have pointed that gun in any direction and shot any one of those cops. They don't know if he's still alive in that car, and they
he
know
was
there's
out
a
of the
gun
car.
in that car. Okay, they don't know if
And now he's
gun
on
is
the
on
floor.
his side.
So you're still licking off shots?
Yep.
Wow.
Okay. I bring it back to this gang terminology thing.
Yeah,
if you come up on me and it's just me, then it's one of me shooting. If I'm with my boy, it's 2 of us shooting. If it's 3 of us, then it's 3 of us shooting. It's the same thing with the cops, man. There's no winning, bro. I mean, when it comes down to the street, that's the only difference. That's the only, you know what I mean? That's the only differential when it comes down to, actual gangsters and cops, bro. You feel me? Like, the cops, they come unlimited, man. You can't pull that kind of stunt and expect not to get fired up. That's why the brother that said suicide by cop, that's a very true thing. A lot of people do that, and it doesn't get broadcasted.
Yeah. So
wasn't there a movie like that, Dog Day Afternoon, with Al Pacino, Black Moses? You might know about that movie.
Yeah.
They were bank robbers it was like basically suicide by cops because they weren't going back to jail.
You know why they robbed that bank though, right?
No, I forgot.
Because
I just remember that scene.
Because Al Pacino was trying to afford a sex change for his boyfriend.
Right. Because the boy, right. Him and the boyfriend went to stick up the bank.
Yeah, that's why.
I'm saying, but the scenario was they went out blaze the glory because they didn't want to suffer the consequences.
Yeah, see, that's why I have to get the facts, because see, Roz Girl was saying, oh, this, he got stuff for a I got to get facts, because just like a bunch of black hoteps was talking about Putin, showed a picture of Black Jesus, and he didn't do nothing of the sort. He didn't even put up the Black Jesus.
The hotep.
That wasn't his cause. He showed some old artifact, and it had nothing to do. He didn't say nothing about Jesus was black and all that. But here come the hoteps.
But here come the hoteps. Yeah, they was running with that narrative for like a couple of weeks.
This is the stuff that makes us look crazy as
Jesus is black. Like they know exactly. They know who y'all are. Why don't you know who you are?
Yeah. But these people were saying he just said. They were just saying that he said that. He
just to validate. Who don't give a rat's ass about none of that nonsense. It's all political.
All the stuff that he's going through with the war and all that, he's gonna pull out a picture. Hey, Jesus.
And it's old. That footage is old. He didn't do that like 2 weeks ago. But anyway,
that's what I'm saying. These hoteps is something else. Now watch them with this here. Now they talking about 96 shots. It should have been 196, Mo. Should have been 196, and they should have threw a grenade in the car. How about that?
Oh my God, Ivan.
That easy.
Hey, listen. When there are suicide bombers like in Middle East, and they've been running around in the war zone doing that.
That's true. They bombed the whole damn town.
They shoot them up. They'll shoot up the whole car with the suicide bomber in there, and they'll blow the car up. They have to annihilate the threat.
It's not like LA, where LA has moved up to ARs and things of that nature. Where it's gonna be a lot more shots than that.
True.
Yeah. Them ARs is whistling through.
What was they supposed to do? Just shoot a couple of shots, say, okay, we got him.
Yeah, they were supposed to injure him.
And then he starts busting more shots and shoots a couple of more cops. That's what y'all was waiting them to do, because they don't know if
shoot him in the leg or something.
They don't know if he's.
Yeah,
they don't know if he's dead. They don't know what's going on with him. Yeah, he got out the car, but he's still moving.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but once he falls down and he's dead now, and he doesn't have a gun now, he's no longer a threat. You stop shooting and all of that once they're no longer a threat, correct?
And I'm
Well, I
bringing
don't
him
know.
for
I
a
have to
no,
see
no,
that
me
because I didn't
condo.
see that part. I didn't see him still shooting when he's on the ground. I didn't see that part.
I'm
Maybe that was
bringing that
just
correlation
echo
to the
from the bullet.
games. You heard me? Because when one of them shoot him, then the other motherfucker be like, I don't know who shot him. One person shoot him, the next person shoot him. I don't know who fired the first shot.
Yeah, that's what they did. Remember with
Nobody let him.
Amadou Diallo, Big Cat. Remember that? That's how they ran it. There was like one person shot, so they thought they're hearing ricochets off the building, and the rest of them. It was like 5 cop cars out there.
And nobody
Shot him
liable.
up 40 times in front of his house. He was going into his house,
Terrible.
and they mistaked him for a burglar because there was a report that there was somebody going through people's homes, and Diallo was coming from work, going to his house. He had his key. He turned the lock, and the cops come running up on him and like, "Show us your ID." He goes to reach for his wallet, and the cops let off at him.
How do I sound ignorant, Mo? Okay, let's here's a scenario, Mo. Here's a scenario. Here's a scenario, Mo. Let's say me and you are married and we live in the same house. All right, me and you live in the same house. We got 2 kids. Some guy comes in our house. He breaks in our house, right? And the kids are running down the hall screaming. He shoots at the kids. He shoots at the kids. And then I come out and just start letting off at him, round
bad
after
analogy,
round
bro.
after round. How you feel, Mo? How do you feel? Are you gonna say, Moses, you didn't have to shoot him that much? Huh? What are you gonna say? Are you gonna say, Moses, why did you shoot him so much? I'm like, shit, I gotta protect my family. I have to annihilate the threat.
Okay, but what if
Do I
you
still sound
left your door?
ignorant, Mo? Do I
What
still
if you left your
sound ignorant?
What if you left your door open with a sign that says anybody can come inside and
Why did you
get
even
free
add
stuff?
that? Why would
It's
you
a bad
even add that?
analogy.
No, it's not a bad
Bad
analogy.
analogy.
I'm in the
Again, they
house.
should
I'm
have
in my
never.
house. I said
They
he broke
violated his
into the
rights
house.
from
I said
stopping
he
him in the
broke into
first
the
place.
house. I said he broke into the house. If he breaks into the house, that means there isn't a sign that says free stuff. That means he broke into the house, Shenard. Where's common sense at?
That's my
Where is
point.
common sense? I'm
It's like
giving a
you're
scenario
luring
to
that
Mo, and
person
you try to
in so
add
you can
something
pump
onto
them.
it just to sound fly. And that's why you did it, just to sound fly.
No,
Free
I'm saying
stuff.
that's my
You put
point.
a
It's
sign
like
on the sign. Are you serious? Are you really drinking? And what are you drinking?
you can't compare the two. Can't compare the
You
two. I'm
can
trying to
compare the
sober up.
two.
Yeah,
I'm giving
he's been a little saucy tonight.
I'm
giving
trying
Mo
to
a
sober up. I'm
scenario
trying to
to see
sober
if
up.
she's still gonna say that I
Okay.
used excessive force against somebody that breaks in my house and threatens me and my wife and kids. I'm gonna let off.
I'm saying they didn't really have a probable cause to stop him in the first place. Yeah, they can say the tents, but I bet you once they saw those tents, they ran his tags. They found out he has a pending charge. They're probably thinking to themselves, okay, he probably may have a gun on him right now. Let's check and see. Okay, let's make it seem like we stopped him over a seatbelt violation. I don't know the tent laws in Illinois.
So Mo
They would have just said they would have just said that they stopped him over for excessive for high tents, excessive. You know what I'm saying? But instead they stuck with the original excuse for
one second. Mo Love says to Blue Jay, she know the fact that they kept shooting countless amounts of time after he fell to the ground was ridiculous. Mavit says 90 rounds is everyone unloading a clip if they had 17 round clips and one in the chamber for 5 guys, so technically they unloaded like they're supposed to plus 6
Exactly.
shots possibly.
Thank you.
I'm not worried about the overkill. I'm not worried about, but I'm saying those situations would have never went down if they respected his rights, if they did the right thing. That's my whole issue with the whole case.
So
it
how
would have never happened. Like, you got to think retroactively.
Yeah, but if he's in a spot where it's hot and the DTs are out there doing surveillance, he's giving them reason for them to I mean, it's not constitutional, but if they're doing their job and they're surveillancing that area and they see this guy with the tinted windows, he's just fitting what they're looking for, even if he's innocent. So it sounds like he was the wrong place, wrong time.
And here's the main question. Was them stopping you a reason to shoot them? That's the
Again,
main
you don't.
question.
But they
No,
were
but
in plain clothes, so he probably thought they were ops. You know what I mean? Like
No,
he
they had
probably
already
didn't realize
identified themselves. They had
Well,
already
one
identified
second. They
themselves.
didn't identify themselves. Let me
Not right away.
let me introduce Mo to the panel. Thank you, Mo Love, for joining the panel. Thank you for joining. I know that you said that Moses, you don't agree with some of the things that Moses is saying. So
Yeah,
let's
let's
talk
hear this
about
mess.
this.
Hi, Moses. Hey, Rise.
Hey, Mo Love.
I normally just stay in the chat, but
I know.
no. What you said? It should have been 196. Moses, is
Yeah,
that what I heard?
yeah. I said they shot 96. It should have been 196 if they had it.
Okay, so I understand that he was wrong. I don't want people to think like I'm one of these black chicks that, oh, I don't care what he did. You shot him. I'm not one of those. He was absolutely out of order. So he was asking for the police to retaliate, right? I don't want anybody to think like I'm dismissing what he did. I'm not dismissing his ignorance, right? Because that was absolutely ignorant. However, 96 shots. I get that they didn't all hit him. Once you saw him exit the vehicle, falling to the ground, and you continue to shoot excessively, that's my issue. How would you feel, God forbid, if it was your child or your cousin or your dad? We know that they're in the wrong, but you are hearing those shots fire off like that. You cannot tell me you would have the same perspective if you're honest.
Okay, to be honest, Mo, I'm going to tell you, it was a real situation. The nerves are heightened, senses are heightened. You're trying to eliminate a threat. You're not thinking like, oh, I just shot off 5 shots. Let me stop. You're not thinking that. All you're thinking is he down? Is he down? Did we put him down? If he's down, he's down. And if they kept shooting, they kept shooting. If a foot is twitching, if a foot is still twitching, he ain't down. It don't matter if a hand is still raising up. If a hand is still, huh? What you mean helpless? He just shot. No.
At that point,
you forfeit all of that when you shot the cop. You forfeited your helplessness.
Okay.
You understand that? You forfeited all of that when you shot the cop. You went into offensive mode. So now they have to go into defensive mode, which calls for 96 shots. And if it was 196, a grenade and a bazooka, let's annihilate the threat. And I'm not saying this for a shock value or nothing. You got to eliminate the threat. He was a threat. He shot a cop. Come on now. We can't be democratic about this. Oh, maybe
96 shots.
Yeah,
Come on now.
That's all they had. They couldn't give any.
Let's say come on now about that. 96 shots.
Let's say come on
about he's falling to the ground and you still shoot. I have a problem with that.
Hey, this is real world, real life. Real world, real life.
To be honest, if he was already hit and he jumped out the car and fell to the ground, he probably would have been, if he was like mimed or anything like that, if he probably would have been better off dead. I'm just being honest. But like I said, this shit would have never happened. It shouldn't have never happened if they respected his rights. I'm not worried about the whole 96 shots. I mean, that again, he shot them first. They did what they did. Is like at least 4 officers out there. I'm more concerned about why it happened in the first place.
Hold that thought 1 quick second. The people in the chat, we have Lionel Suggs who just joined. Thank you, Lionel, for joining. And good evening to you. Ruko Style says, once they put you under arrest, they have to identify themselves undercover or not. Lionel also says, what's wild is that I've seen more heavily armed people get gunned down with way less shot. That's how I know some of y'all wild.
Blue Jay, it's different scenarios.
Blue
Jay, if he was laying on the ground maimed,
Blue Jay says it's not a choice they're allowed to make the act reason they can make split idioms based in emotions, risk each other's lives. Okay.
She said, Mo, it's not their choice. I don't get it. How come it's not? How come it's not?
Because that's the procedure. You eliminate the threat. That's the procedure. You
can eliminate a threat without shooting 96 times. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Let me add this. It is an armed threat. It is an armed threat. That's the problem. See, there's a scenario, I think it was either Philadelphia or Boston, where a guy had shot a cop and he took off running. He dropped the gun or threw the gun or something. He took off running. When they caught up with him, they didn't shoot him because he was no longer armed. They didn't shoot him. They just beat the hell out of him. And when they was on the police, it wasn't the commissioner, but it was a police expert. When they asked him, well, why did they do him like that? The police officer said because they had to eliminate the threat. If it was me, I would have been trying to knock him out.
Lionel says, so y'all will be fine if that was your children. I got you.
I definitely
No, see, this is where the emotion takes in. If it was my child, number one, my child is not going to be in a scenario like that. But if it was my child and he shot at a cop, all I could try to do is control myself. That's it. Because the first thing I'll be asking is, why did he do that? Why was he in that situation? What happened here? Why did he shoot a cop? Yeah, it's your child. That's the emotional attachment. You know, that is. I'm not saying you're being emotional, but it is you're putting a child in it for the emotional part. Yeah, that's just like the mom was emotional, but I know that mom at the same time is saying, why did he do that? I know she's saying that when everything calmed down and she's by herself or with her other family members, she's like, why did he do that? Why did he shoot that policeman?
But I think in her mind, she's also thinking, why was he stopped in the first place?
No, she's not thinking. Well, that's what she said. They stopped him. He bought a new car and all that. Okay, yeah. He had a new car and he got a gun in it and he has a pending gun charge. Why did he have a gun in that new car? Couldn't he just enjoy his new car? If they pull him over, okay.
Because he lives in Chicago. What if he needs to protect himself?
Like, why does he have a pending gun charge?
He probably feel like he ain't gonna never get rid of that gun because he get out of Chicago.
If it's a legally owned firearm, this shouldn't be an issue. Another situation in Chicago where a guy got attacked by some white nationalists in a restaurant somewhere, and he shot one of them and killed him. His gun was legally owned. He got off of that.
Listen, unless he made like a moving violation, or he took a left turn when he was not supposed to, or he had like expired well, I wouldn't even say expired tax. You got to search that up. If his car was like fucked up, it looked like he just got into an accident. Those are probable causes to pull that person over. But you're just gonna. I don't care if I keep repeating myself because I'm just gonna stick with that.
Yeah. I see what Lionel's saying. You got to have a gun. Yes, that is true. You got to have a gun, but you don't shoot the cops with that gun. What about that? So if they would have found the gun, you have a pending gun charge, you might do some time, but at least you didn't shoot a cop. Because let's say he didn't get killed. Let's say the police didn't shoot him, right? But he shot a cop. So what do you think gonna happen when they take him down? He's gonna do more time for shooting a cop than both of the gun charges put together.
Yeah.
So that it's really all on him. It's really all on him. You know, if y'all just look at it, y'all say it's all on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he better have a gun, but he better not shoot a cop with it. You can shoot Lil Kevin and Trey Dog and all them. You can shoot them if that's your ops. You know, y'all be having ops. You know, but when that policeman is in the vicinity, you don't want to shoot him. You don't want to do that. Because let me tell you something. If it was Lil Trey Dog and Kevio and the rest of the gang, you finna get hit. If they got 300 bullets, you catching all 300 of them slugs. They gonna do you worse than the cops did.
You're right. But Lionel, what Lionel is speaking is what I'm thinking. He said no one is debating that he didn't act stupid. He did act stupid. The issue is the amount of shots fired and the fact that y'all kept
okay, thank
26-year-old. Yes, he was wrong.
Dumb games.
That's the thing. Y'all are worrying about the wrong
prizes.
I know.
Dumb games. He made an action, and he won 96 dumb prizes.
Oh my gosh! But the fact that you said, you said it should have been 196 shots. That's heartless to me. I don't know if you was just trolling or if you really meant that.
Trolling. That's not trolling. Yeah.
Wow. What?
So here's the thing: if they didn't already put 96 holes in, and what's another 100?
See, I'm mad. I wish I was.
Why are you mad?
Hold on.
Why are you mad,
Mom?
Why are you mad? Let's be realistic here.
You sound heartless. Like that. Why? Why would another 100? What do you get? I just don't understand that thought process.
I mean, basically, what they're saying, Mo, is that if you shoot a cop, like there's no recourse, like you're gonna die, or you're gonna go to jail. That's just it. Like
you shoot at anybody. If you shoot at anybody, and another person has a piece on them, you can't try to you can't control how they react.
But they are the law. You shoot at the cop, you basically gonna die. They have the guns. They come on now. They gonna shoot back. They ain't gonna run. They ain't gonna say
now the lady cop, she took off running.
Wait. Black Moses, hold up, because I'm just scrolling through IG right now, and while we're talking about this, Bus Howe in New York, just a couple of hours ago, subway fare evasion, suspect punched NYPD officer. She jumped, and it was a woman. She jumped the turnstile allegedly. But she punched the officer because you're not supposed to. That's fare evasion. You're not supposed to jump the turnstile. You're supposed to pay your fare. So I don't see any excess of anything. They arrested her, gave her a ticket.
That's it.
Was there a gun involved? Was there a gun involved?
She punched the officer. Are we not supposed to?
Was there a gun involved?
No, there was no gun involved.
Okay, so
but she assaulted an officer.
Was it a guy or a woman?
It was a woman.
So it was a woman punching another woman, jumping the turnstile, which y'all do every day in New York. You grew up doing it, Foxy. So no,
I went under the turnstile, but
yeah.
So go to the emergency door.
You're still not paying your fare.
People always jumping. Okay, I'm sorry.
So there's the thing. You this is like. It's not a scenario, you know. Maybe if it was a bunch of woman cops and they chased her down, maybe the woman cops would have beat her up. But how would you? That would have been, you know. There's no weapon involved.
Why are you going to punch them? Like she was in the wrong. Like you're not supposed to do that. And now she's assaulted an officer. But
so she's going to do time.
No, they gave her a ticket and sent her on her way.
That's it. See what I'm saying?
She should have got her ass whooped.
Shoulda.
Oh wow.
She should have got her ass whooped. For real. I'm surprised.
I'm sure they probably hemmed her up a little bit, but I'm just looking at this and I'm like, wow. So she assaults an officer, whether a gun, weapon, your hands can be legal if you're fighting somebody. You can harm somebody with. I mean, I'm sure she probably wasn't big enough to do that, but she still assaulted an officer. That's
maybe they are familiar with her. Maybe she's a homeless mental case, and they're like, "Oh, you know, this is crazy, Susan. You know, she does this, so you know."
So why couldn't that be the same scenario for this guy?
Because she didn't shoot a cop. What are y'all are trying to compare?
The person assaulted a police officer, though. So just because they don't have a gun. They still assault.
There was no gun, so the threat of somebody getting killed is less far less than somebody with a gun. Now, if she would have had a knife, it would have been a different scenario. If she would have had a knife, she possibly
They probably would have
got
shot her down too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they should have shot her down 96 times.
Mhm.
But
Oh,
she
Lord.
didn't have a knife. She didn't have a weapon. She just punched a lady
If it
cop.
was Mike Tyson, they probably would have got him in because his hands are legal.
Yeah.
Illegal.
So Blue Jay says that the law enforcement officers are trained to fire multiple shots at vital body structures when faced with deadly threats, and trained to stop shooting once the officer perceives that the deadly threat is no longer present.
That's true.
I totally disagree with that, Blue Jay. I do not think that.
Why?
I do not think that the officers are trained to stop, to de-escalate, to do any of that. And this is why we have so many of these instances.
They are
like
trained
this.
to annihilate the threat.
And this is like what Mo Love said, overkill. I think that
It's not
overkill is
overkill
a
if there is
real
an armed
thing.
threat. It's an armed threat. There's no overkill. It's not. Yeah, it sounds excessive. It looks excessive, but a threat is a threat. An armed threat is a threat. That's it. Y'all.
What's his name? Mavid, you're right.
Yeah,
I like what you just said.
one of the biggest problems the world has. I think we need to feel for the cops and the kid, or we won't understand the sides involved. Yes, like a judge hears persecution and defense. See, Mavis, that's why you over here, because you know what the reasoning is about. Y'all,
right?
Well, yeah, I hear what he's saying, but what part should we feel for the kid? What part? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
the fact that he was
his life and how he lost it, maybe.
And why are we saying kid when this nigga was pushing 30?
He was 26. Yeah.
Why are we calling him a kid? How old are y'all in here? This kid, he's
listen.
pushing 30.
He
just graduated from high school.
Explanation is exactly how about this whole situation.
Y'all act like he just graduated from high school, like, oh, he played basketball, like he was on the football team. And, no,
they was on the news said he played basketball in high school.
He was probably a seasoned Chicago gang member at 26. They start gang banging at 13, 12 and 13 up there. He's 26. He's decades in with the gang. So what are y'all talking about? This nigga's almost, and I hate to say that, he's almost 30. He's pushing 30. You should know better. You should know better.
Yeah. I do agree with that. And since y'all put it that way, when you said we don't know what the cop was feeling, he was probably in a state of shock and just reacted, like, oh, and then if he shot at it. So I get it, but I am still on the overkill. 96 shots is excessive. I don't care what he did wrong.
I'm with you on that.
It didn't take all those shots, and then the boy opened the door, falling to the ground, letting that was a cry. Like when he opened that door, that was like, okay, y'all got me.
No, that's the
falling to the ground.
What's the problem?
That's the problem. That's the problem, right there.
I think you're worried about the wrong thing.
Sympathy for guys like this. Y'all are the kind of women.
Oh, there you go.
Y'all are the kind of women that will leave y'all husbands for some guy
Now, Moses.
Y'all will be pen pals with a prisoner and leave y'all husband once he gets out.
Now that's crazy.
Get this guy up out of here.
How
dare you, Moses?
No, I'm just thinking. No, that has nothing to do. I would feel this way regardless.
Oh, why y'all shooting
video footage?
That was shot him in the foot. Y'all could have just shot him in the foot and let him go. Hell no, Mo.
Blue Jay say then you should send letters to Congress because that's the law. Blue Jay be going off on it.
Yeah.
Blue Jay do. I love Blue Jay, but Blue Jay tonight,
He say he
I don't honestly, I don't believe I understand. They followed the law from the start. Like I said before, and I keep saying again, he should have never been.
They follow procedure.
He should have never been pulled over.
Law.
Yeah,
he should have never been pulled over though.
If they're doing a sting or an investigation in an area, then that may be a part of it. That may be
Yeah,
a
but
part of
they
it.
only. We know why they pulled him over too. I mean,
Why?
a lot of times it's your appearance.
But the windows was tinted. So how did they know what he looked like?
That's
It
not
could
an
have been an
excuse,
old
though.
white lady in that car. It could have been an old white lady. They wouldn't know until they rolled the window down. And
You
I'm
know
gonna
the
say,
But
laws
did they
about
even say
window
who they
tints are
were?
shaky.
and
Wasn't
let me
that?
go ahead and say this too. If it was an old white lady
So
and she
listen,
shot a cop, they should have filled her up with 96 shots too.
But they would not
listen,
have done that if it was an old white lady.
so listen to this,
Maybe
Ivan.
they
It
should have
says,
shoot her in the wheelchair.
Ivan, it says, the evidence also indicates that all four officers fired after Mr. Reed exited his vehicle without his gun. She said the 96 shots raised serious questions about the proportionality of their use of deadly force.
He
Well,
still shot
okay,
him
so
first, though.
let's do
Without
some
his gun.
let's do some math.
Exited without his gun.
Let's do
So
some
y'all
math.
talking about he was still a threat. What's your response?
Let's
Exited
do
the
some math
vehicle
here.
without the gun.
Let's do some math here. How
The
many
person
shots?
is the chief administrator of the police.
Let me just say, if you okay, 96 shots. Let's do some math here. So let's say 90 of those shots was while he was in the car, and then when he got out, you hit him 6 more times.
Hell,
Is that
it
still
wasn't that
excessive?
though.
But we
You
don't
done shot up
know.
the car 90 times. He still got
Wait,
out
so
the
hold
car?
on, y'all. Hold on, because I'm just watching the video and he got out the car and
That's
he
what
was responsive. He's telling, I don't know who he's talking to, but he's like, it's my head, y'all. It's my head.
He's still a threat.
I don't know how many bullets he got shot with, but yeah, there were 4, and I don't know the distance, but they were the officers were at a distance. They're wearing plain clothing. This is daylight time. This is not nighttime. It looks like in a
Most of the bullets hit the car.
Right, most of the bullets hit the car. So he comes out now and he falls to the ground, and he's responsive. So there's a problem because
he's still a threat.
That's what I said.
Without his gun.
He doesn't have his gun, and he's laid out on the floor.
They don't know that, Mo. They don't know that, Mo. He's still a threat.
Yes, they were. I watched the video just right now. They're surrounding him, and somebody's holding his head, and he's like, "It's my head." He's talking. He's saying, he doesn't have the gun near him. This is the officer showing their body cam, him talking. So now, why are you still shooting?
No, wait. If there's an officer around him holding his head, how are they still shooting?
No, I don't know if it was an officer holding his head, but there was the officers, the video of their body cam showing him laid out on the floor and talking.
So after them shooting him,
I didn't see that one.
he's still.
I just watched it right now.
I only saw the one with the chick from her
I
angle.
can feel your energy, Fox. See,
Yeah, because I had to look at this. I'm like, no, there ain't no way. I want to see how many bullets went in through. So he suffered. Most of it hit the car, yes, but he was outside, coherent, speaking, laid out on the floor, and said, "It's my head, y'all. It's my head." And then they stopped the video camera, and then they just the reporters are just talking about, that it was 96 bullets in 41 seconds.
But was the gun? Was it?
No, there was no gun around him.
That's
so
that's the thing, though.
There was no gun.
They don't know if he still had it on him or if they came.
They don't know.
He's laid out on the floor.
They don't know. They don't know. Thank you. They don't know.
Okay.
All right.
What if they would have walked up on him laying on the ground? He said, "It's my head, y'all."
And he
as soon as they
pulled
grabbed
out.
his head,
Yeah,
he come
you're
out
right.
from under his stomach with the pistol and still shoot.
Right.
What's all those shots?
Mo, most of the shots hit the car, Mo. They hit the car. It might be about 5 shots that hit him.
He fell.
Okay,
No gun
that
in
usually
sight.
happens when you've been shot. You'll fall eventually.
No gun in sight.
Yeah.
After he shot. But once you've
Police
already
corruption.
shot, the gun is somewhere in the vicinity. They can't take that chance. Y'all are not getting that. What is going on here?
Y'all are not getting it.
I'm with King Shenard. They probably shouldn't have stopped him. I think it's police corruption. And I'm with
Here we go.
Exactly.
overkill.
What was the corruption about? What was the
He
corruption about?
was a stereotype,
We'll
and they
find out
was
what's
missing
the
him.
Corruption
him and
about?
his family probably. We don't know. The brother gets arrested after this guy dies. The fact that they didn't announce themselves, the cars were like any of that.
So y'all
And
think
where
it's
he
some big
lives.
conspiracy theory? Some, you know, maybe he was just his, you know, he's
Blue Jay, you don't feel bad for him? See, that's just cold to me. That's cold-hearted.
y'all are sensationalizing this.
Hard.
Y'all are sensationalizing this. He made a bad, horrible mistake.
He
Yes,
did.
he
Yeah.
did. I said
We can
that.
agree
That's
on
what I
that.
started with.
So if
He
you
did.
can
He
agree on
did.
that, if you can agree on that, why are we doing this about him overkill? This is what it's about. Overkill.
96
Because it just
shots.
sounds inhumane. Like that's what they do with the lions out in Zimbabwe and shit. Like he's not an animal, but they treat him like an animal.
I seen a lady police officer have to shoot a rabid raccoon in the head like 10 times because the rabid raccoon kept coming for her. He had rabies. He kept
that's
coming
an animal.
That's a completely that's not even a good comparison.
It is because you had a person acting
Well,
rabid.
he's out his rabbit
shooting
ass
a
mind.
cop.
You saying, Black Meezy?
Yeah, you shoot a cop. You shot a cop. You done shot a cop. You already done lost it. You done shot a cop. So now you want to. So once you get shot up, you want to calm down and say it's my head, y'all. So that's supposed to excuse you now? No.
Come on.
But he's coherent is what my point is that he's not a threat because he's laid out on the floor and there were all the officers were surrounding him. So you mean to tell me you couldn't do a sweep?
Hey Roz, it's me.
Guys,
Why y'all trying to tell the police how to do their job?
Blue Jay.
1 second, you guys.
Commissioner.
We have Blue Jay on the panel, and Blue Jay had a
Hey,
lot to say in the chat. Hi, Blue Jay.
Hey, sorry, my voice is coming back, but it's not completely back all the way, unfortunately.
Happy Friday to you.
Hey, Blue Jay.
You too. Thanks.
So, what are your thoughts on this? And what would you like to clear up or say?
Well, my typos are so bad. I was getting so mad, but at myself, you know. But no, I just think that, you know, the situation leading up to it, him getting pulled over for a seatbelt, obviously there was more to it. But was it illegal? No. And then, but I just think once you shoot at the police officers, it doesn't matter. You've forfeited any right you had to have like your life being taken into consideration over theirs. That's the thing. These police officers risk their lives every day. And when someone shoots at you, it doesn't get any worse than that.
Hey, Blue
That's
Jay.
just how I feel about it.
You know, after that shooting, they should have 96-cent chalupas at Taco Bell.
I am so mad at you.
I think it's sad nobody even cares about the police officers. That's like honestly disappointing to me. Is that
you know how when the Cowboys or the Mavericks win the game, they have free chalupas or $1 burgers? They should have 96-cent chalupas at Taco Bell.
That's
for limited time only.
You play
but honestly, if one of the
I
cops
know that's
died,
bad. That's bad. I'm sorry. That's bad. That was out of poor taste. My bad.
Moses.
Yeah.
Let me go grab something real quick. Go ahead.
And I wish they had
Moses,
96
I want to ask you this too.
Well, lie, dude.
You're close to agreeing with me, but I don't think anybody would be this upset if one of those police officers was killed. And that's what makes me kind of mad and sad at the same time.
Exactly.
But I don't think y'all would be as heartless if it was your family.
Honestly, Mel, if my son shot at the police officer and he was dead, I don't care how many times he was shot or shot at. I would think, well, what was he doing? But I would
don't
not
believe
blame the
that.
police. I would not expect them to stop in the heat of the moment. You know how many seconds that is? That's probably 5 seconds. How are they
But I don't
supposed to make
believe
a
that.
rational observation and think, well, that's why they don't give them that right to make those judgment calls, because it's not feasible psychologically for anybody
Okay,
when their life's at risk.
Blue Jay, you said you don't care if it was your son, you wouldn't care of the amount of shots fired. I don't believe that.
I wouldn't.
I don't believe that. If you watch video footage of your son getting shot, the shots being fired 96 times, girl, I don't believe that.
I
Much as
saw
you love
my
your
son pull a
kids.
gun out on the police, I would think, oh my God, I
Yes,
taught that boy better than that. What is he doing?
absolutely. That's why I said he was wrong. He
Well,
was absolutely wrong. But does it take all of that? And then you see him drop to the floor and then y'all still shooting.
but let me ask you
I
something.
just feel
How
like there
many
are a lot
seconds
of
does it take to unload that clip?
We're not
a
finna
lot of
try to
these
rewrite
a lot of
laws
these
on how many
police
shots.
though,
How
a
many
lot of these
seconds
police
do they
are
have?
scared. They're
Exactly.
afraid.
That's why they're
They
taught to
should
do that,
be.
because they need to be afraid and they can't stop
Find
and try to
another job.
analyze. It's
If
They
the
should
first thing
be.
you want to
psychologically
do
not
is shoot,
feasible. They can't do
I
it. They
don't care.
have to
That was
have
crazy.
hard
If you're
and
in an
fast
area,
rules.
if you're in
Without
an
these hard and
area,
fast rules, there's chaos.
if you're in an area where police are looked down upon and gangbangers are looked up to, what do you think? What do you think they're gonna be?
Black
Are you
Moses.
serious?
They have the right and they're instructed to
I
shoot
get
until
that the
they're out of
boy was
bullets.
wrong.
But
He
what
Hold
was
on.
difference
wrong.
does it make, Mo? What difference would it make?
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all, because I'm gonna read this real quick for y'all so we can have clarity. So it's
Okay.
so it
Hold
says
on, I
in a
gotta get
new
something real quick. Go ahead. Go ahead though.
okay.
I'll be right
It
back.
says in a newly released body cam footage, Reed is seen driving a white SUV with heavily tinted windows and dents along the side. A female officer tells him to roll down the window. He does so. Then they said the black ski mask obscures much of his expression. That's profiling. But
He had a
anyway,
mask on?
he had like a ski mask on,
Oh, I
but his
saw him
face.
start rolling the window back up, and they said, "Don't roll the window back
So hold
up."
on,
Let her
I'm
finish reading. Blue
Okay,
Jay.
I'm listening. I didn't know about the ski mask.
Yeah. That's why we need to. That's why we gotta let's be clear, so we're not getting too emotional. But hold on. So Reed resists rolling down other windows and unlocking his doors, and the situation escalates. Reed began firing. Officers said, hitting one of the officers, although it's unclear from the body cam footage who fired first. Officers fired on Reed 96 times in 41 seconds, according to Accountability Board. Body cam footage shows one officer emptying his pistol multiple times on Reed. It's unclear if the 26-year-old's hands are raised. The officer continues firing after Reed goes down and is motionless. The body cam video shows. In the video, an officer can be heard calling out that Reed's gun is still in the car.
One of them. How do they know he had more of them?
It's unclear why Reed was carrying the gun. He was awaiting trial in a gun case, according to Cook County records. An officer hit in the arm in the shootout was in good condition after the shooting. So he didn't have the gun on him.
But he could have had another gun.
And when they yell stuff out all the time, a lot of times those cops be lying. I'm not saying that he was, but a lot of times when they yell something, it's to cover their tracks for what they are about to do.
And they were all in plain clothing. Mo, they were all in plain clothing.
Over.
He was pulled over in a residential area about 6 o'clock in the evening. It's still daylight. But the area wasn't sketchy looking. Like,
well, they can't tell who shot first, but they can tell he pulled a gun on the police. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. He pulled over.
I have a question,
he wouldn't have pulled over if he didn't think they were police.
Foxy, I have a question. What happened with the unlocking of the doors? What was that?
No, he was in the car, and they said female officer said, roll down your windows. He rolled it down halfway, and then he rolls it back up again.
And
he rolls his window, and he's unlocking his car. But they're saying they weren't sure who fired first. They said that he fired first, according to their body cams. But now it's like there's different angles, so they got to go through all of the body cams.
So Mo, can I ask you a question? So I know you brought up the scenario of what if that was your child, right? Well, what if your child was the officer and somebody with a ski mask on wouldn't open the door, was rolling the window back up, and pulled a gun out on your son? Wouldn't you want him to shoot him?
I would want him to shoot him, but I wouldn't want him to fire 96 shots, period.
Well, he did.
Wait.
That goes
This is
into
And
not
I stand
hypothetical.
on
This is going
that.
that's
on.
just
And I
semantics.
said, like I said when I got up here, my issue is not that the guy. It's not that he was shot at, right, and killed. Like he opened up that door for retaliation when he did what he did. My only issue is the excessive amount of shots, and ain't nobody getting that part. That's all I'm
No,
saying. It
I
just
do get
seems
it.
like,
We are getting
But
it. It
okay,
just
if he
doesn't
yeah.
make
obviously was
sense.
brazen enough to try to shoot the
And
police
what you're
before he
saying,
was hurt.
Moses,
So no, let me
it
finish
doesn't
my
make
sentence,
sense.
please. Just let me finish my sentence. If he was
Okay, girl, you
brazen
ain't gotta
enough,
get an
I agree with
attitude,
you
but
though.
if he
okay.
was brazen enough to shoot at them before he was shot, imagine the desperation and anger he would have had after he was shot.
Right.
More
But Blue Jay,
likely than
you're
he would have.
delivered. You need to watch how you come at people though, low key. You didn't have
No,
to
I'm
do
trying to talk.
all of
My
that.
voice is very weak, and I
Blue
keep
Jay,
getting
stand your
interrupted.
ground. Stand your ground,
How am I
baby.
coming at anybody? What
That's
do you
cool,
mean?
but but you didn't have to say, let me finish my sentence.
No, I
That's
said
what I meant.
please. I said
Well, I
can
didn't hear that.
I said please
Oh,
let me
yeah,
finish my.
she said it. I wouldn't even got to yeah, I'm just saying. But I hear what you're saying, but I still stand on what I say respectfully.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying I think the police were in danger and had every right to minimize that danger once he pulled a gun on him and shot it.
I have. I just want to say something. If there was a cop,
Hmm.
if there was a cop, and he got shot 96 times by 4 or 5 gangbangers, Mo, Foxy, and Ross, y'all wouldn't be saying nothing right now.
That's what
Nothing.
No,
frustrates.
Moses,
That's why
let
I
me
get
say,
passionate.
do you know?
We
Go
wouldn't even be
ahead, Blue
doing this
Jay.
show.
I don't
No,
want
I just said that's why I get so passionate because I have so much respect for these police officers. Have I been taken to jail and arrested multiple times? Yes. I've
to.
had plenty of problems with the police. Trust me, I've talked shit to them. I've gone to jail several times. It's not that I'm some goody goody that just thinks that life, the cops are so perfect. I don't. But what they do every day, there has to be some hard and fast lines. And I can't think of anything more that you have the permission to protect your life is when you're shot at by someone in a mask that won't get out the car, unlock the door, roll out the window. I can't think of anything that would give you more of a sign that this person is not worried about you or your life and you have to protect yourself.
Right.
You
And I
definitely was worried
understand
about you.
that. It's just my biggest thing was okay, you see him exit the vehicle, fall into the ground, and y'all are still shooting excessively. And I honestly came up on the panel from what Moses said. He said 96 shots, they should have fired 100 more. That didn't sit well in my spirit. I was like, what? Like, no,
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy. That's
You never answered
heartless.
my question either, Mo.
What was your question?
If we was in the house, somebody broke our house, we got kids, and I'm letting off rounds, are you gonna ask me why did I shoot him so much? It got quiet. I heard
Yes. It depends. Like, what are we saying? Like, if you shoot him, you know he's down, he
I
done
don't know he's
fell,
down.
and
If you
you
see
keep
him moving,
shooting 30, 40 times, I'm gonna
yeah,
be like, okay, what are we doing? This is overkill. Absolutely.
you know
So,
what?
Mo,
And see that's wrong, Mo, because we might get a divorce over that because you were supposed to
That's
put up your
fine.
gun and start shooting too.
well,
Yeah,
no,
No,
Mo,
I don't
if
okay.
think
they
like
didn't
that.
follow,
I'm not like, no, I
if
don't
they don't
have
follow
it
the
in me.
protocol, though, and one of
And
their
that's the
fellow
problem.
officers
We
is
got
killed,
kids.
they're responsible for the death of their fellow officer because
We
they
got
didn't do what they
kids,
were
Mo. What you
supposed to
talking about?
do.
We got kids. What you talking about? You ain't got
I
that
know,
in you.
but listen, I mean,
You better
honestly,
get it in you.
Moses, I know you're just
Maybe
saying all
it's
this
not that I don't feel
hypothetical,
for the
but this
cop.
is real. If one of those police officers were killed
I don't think
because
you
the
do.
other police officers thought, well, wait a minute, let's stop in that 41 seconds, that's such a short amount of time. And in that, if it would, he would have pulled out another gun or something and they got killed, they would be an accomplice for their murder because they didn't do what they were sworn under oath to do, which is what the command, whoever the officer that's commanding at that point, they say fire and they are commanded to fire. They don't have a choice. They're
So,
their job.
can
We
I
come
be
back to the point
honest?
that they knew who he
If
was.
But
to
listen,
me it comes off as like white people, and y'all know I'm not racist. I don't get into all of that. I have dated people outside of my race, but it does come off as, oh well,
But
I
that
get
was
it
a
is
into
black
that,
what it
cop he
but
is.
shot.
I
He
agree with
shot a
you.
That's
black
what it
cop.
comes off to me as with
I
white
agree.
people.
I agree, but it's
But he
not
shot a
because
black
the
cop.
perpetrator is black. It's because the perpetrator pulled a gun on a police officer. Like I said with my son, I would not be upset with the police. I'd be obviously be an emotional wreck. Why did my son shoot at the police? What? Now he's dead. But I wouldn't think, oh my gosh, you guys overkill. No, maybe you're right. Maybe white people do have a different take on the way that the police handle law and order. I don't know, but you're
Hey
right.
Mo,
But
you know
it's
that
not
policeman shot was
racism.
black, right?
We
Yeah, they
never
always
riot for
Yeah,
overkill
white
I know he
victims.
was black, and he was out of order.
There's way more white
What?
victims
Out
of
of
police
order.
brutality
Nah,
and murder. We don't
they
riot
always
for them. We don't
One
feel bad.
second, please stop. 1 second. They
Okay.
always do overkill in these situations, and I understand y'all think that it isn't something that is real, but it is. Like the George Floyd
Mhm.
situation, he was not resistant. He was dying, and they was killing him, and
And
people
that's
were sitting there
different.
watching.
That's
And
different.
this
Yeah.
man here, you have a home chick that was in the bed sleeping, came in there, forcing nature, and they're just shooting up everything. Like this is what they're doing, and you guys know this.
Mhm.
But there's way more white
Totally
people killed by the
exaggerated.
police.
The majority of the cops is
DJ.
But
soft.
there's way more white
They
people
cowards.
killed by the police, and we don't care. We don't go riot for
That's
them.
what they tell us, ma'am,
They
but I
don't
highly
shoot till
doubt
they
But
feel
there's
it.
a lot
safe.
more white victims. That's what I'm saying. White people aren't out writing for white victims either. I could see that. That'd be racist.
Bro, y'all don't deal with police brutality like
No,
black
we
folks.
respect the
Let's be
Aren't
police
riding
honest.
for white
authority
people.
more,
I
I
even
guess.
from you crazy.
I think that we realize that the police can only be human and that they have certain ways. There has to be a line in the sand, and there's going to be some casualties that may seem unfair, and some are unfair. But
And we need
But
to
we
call
don't
them
see
DT is
white
out.
people
That's
DT
all
writing
I'm
DT.
for
saying.
white victims. That's what I'm
They
saying.
still fired up the lights.
And he pulled over because he knew they were police.
Have any of y'all ever witnessed some like eyewitness, not on TV, police
Oh
brutality?
yeah.
Not to that. Well, you know what? I will share this story. My ex-boyfriend, God rest his soul, we were young. We dated when I was 15, 18 years old. I get a call. You're so and so. It's on TV. He laid out in the middle of the street. They said, okay, he was in the army, right? He went, I don't know what exactly happened, but he had weed on him. They said that they told him he was under arrest and he pulled a gun on them, on the two cops, so they killed him. I don't care what nobody say. We didn't have Facebook and YouTube back then. I think that
MySpace.
situation was police brutality. His mom is still fighting because the cop said he pulled the police. He did not have, that was not in his character to do that. My
They
ex-husband
definitely are
got
going to be
pulled over. They searched him for
wrongdoing.
nothing. He had a valid ID. They kept him pulled over for 2.5 hours
And his
trying
record
to
was
Do you
clean.
find
know how many
something.
millions of
His
interactions people
He
record
have
was
was
an
on
clean.
Urban
I
this
said,
Dictator.
show?
y'all not gonna
How
find
come black people
nothing.
don't care about the white victims then?
Two
If
old
They
it's
gonna
white,
all
qualify
about
for
let me
police
the
finish.
conversation, but
brutality, why don't
Two
the black
old
people care
white
about the white
cops.
victims? Because
Blue
the
Jay,
white
can I
people
yeah,
aren't
but
finish?
writing for anybody.
Hey, can you let 1
White
second,
people
y'all
aren't
let
writing for white or black.
hold
I
on,
admit that white
Blue
people
Jay,
don't.
Blue Jay,
Blue
but
Jay.
you
1
just told me to hush while you were talking, right?
1
It's
second, y'all.
frustrating.
they don't like each other.
Hold up, y'all. Hold
So
up.
they kept him pulled over for 2.5 hours. I said, you're not going to find anything, valid insurance, license, registration. It's just, trust me, things happen.
They do.
Had he not been cooperative or said anything, that could have went left. Some of
It
these
could.
cops are looking for a battle.
And that's
It is
true.
not
That's
out of
true.
the
I agree
norm.
with
You're
you.
making it seem like it's not normal for black people to experience racism when it comes to being pulled over. You see white people get off with a whole bunch of stuff that the average black person wouldn't get off with. Let's just be
Did Blue
honest.
Jay leave? I think she left. Blue Jay, you can
Bye.
come back if you would like.
Why is that?
Why is what?
Why do you say they get off for a whole lot more than blacks? Why is that?
What do you mean? Why is it? Because they're white.
No.
Nah,
Yeah.
because them
It's not
crackers
fair.
them crackers are all
That's
BD.
enough.
Let's keep
What
it
do you
above.
mean? They're white.
We
That
rebellious type
speaks
shit, bro.
volume in itself. You don't
Be like,
have
nah,
to
you
have
can't search
another
my car. Them
reason.
white folks be them white folks like Cat Williams said they hop out the car before them. Be like, what's the problem, officer? Like motherfuckers is mad
Exactly.
compliant, bro.
Here's the
Look,
problem.
that's not how we give it up.
You know why they get off?
Defensive because we know we on some shit. We know we riding dirty. Dude was riding dirty. That's just what it was. I mean,
Yep.
come on, when we gonna swallow that pill?
And
we're not gonna move forward as a people.
Get
We
off
keep
because y'all
debating this country and
defenders
shit
instead of getting some good representation. So if you're
No,
hiring
we
public
understand.
defenders,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Moses.
if
Go
you're
ahead.
hiring public defenders instead of getting your own lawyer who's actually
public defender,
for
the prison director.
Your family can't afford you a lawyer. You can't afford a lawyer, so you end up getting a public defender who usually sides with the jurisdiction, and they just give you, they just tell you to plea it out. Whereas the white family, they'll probably get a lawyer for their cousin or their brother or sister. They'll get an actual lawyer. They can actually go into the courts and fight. If you get in trouble, Mo, it's a very high probability that your family won't get you a lawyer. They'll let you sit in there. Maybe you'll call and they'll say, how you doing and all that, but they will not fight for you.
Not my family. My dad comes through. I'm just telling you, my parents been retired, own everything they have, acres of land, cars, house. They pride themselves on being there for us 100%. And I'm not boasting, I'm being honest. My daddy would absolutely give me a lawyer and do everything to help me overcome.
And you're a rarity. Okay. So let's take you and those brothers from the hood that can't get that. They don't have that family support. So the only thing they
got that history
is get assigned a public defender. So to you it's like unfair that this.
Oh, Blue Jay back. Hey, boo.
Hey, no, I got public defenders. My parents are not gonna help me. Yeah, but they sacked the public defenders.
You gotta let Moses finish his question, and then
I've been to jail. I've been to jail 4 times. Not one time, and I'm not saying nothing against them. Not one time. Well, it was for tickets anyway, so they're like, man, you sit it out or whatever. But not one time did any of my family come down there like to pick me up. The only time it happens when I told my brother, hey, I got some money, go get it and bring it down here. That was the only time. Other than that, they're really not just looking
dependable.
Yeah, they're really not dependable because they're like, it's just not that way. It's different. So where you're looking at it is where white people get off easy. They got more of a support system. Just like you just called your
I'm not talking about. You're missing what they get off initially. They don't even have to go through that. A lot of times.
Go ahead.
I'm saying it won't even get to that point, Moses. You talking about once it's gotten to that point when they do those things, yeah.
What point are you talking about?
But we don't even. What I'm saying is, half the time we don't even get. They don't get to that point because they get off free. A lot of times is what I'm saying.
Are you talking
about? Oh no, you go down to that ticket building on Monday morning. It's more white folks down there.
I've been in jail 3 times.
One second, you guys.
They all up in that ticket building trying to find out how they can get out.
1 second, you guys. Please, excuse me. I hate to have to pull everybody down. I just want to read this comment in the chat. Mavin says he had 60 traffic related charges at 21. They target people they think they think they can charge with something. They can be white people or black people that look like they riding dirty because the goal is charged.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's the industry. They trying to get that ticket money. They're trying to get that ticket money for the city.
You can be black or white riding dirty.
Yeah. There's a lot.
It's 2024, Mo. You got to cut out that white folks get off easy stuff. You got to cut that
No, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not one of those that have the black girl victim mentality. Oh, it's me. Oh, they targeting us. I'm not one of those. Okay, I love a lot. No, one of my closest friends is white. My sister-in-law, my brother married to,
Yeah, I
like,
got a
we
black
not
friend.
like that.
Wait,
Well,
hold
But
on.
I'm
wrong
black.
is
Don't
wrong.
white folks say that when we accuse them of racism? Hey, I got black
Wrong
friends.
is wrong, period.
Well,
Yeah,
can I speak for
exactly.
white people since I'm white? I mean, I don't
What you
speak for
think?
black people.
Blue Jay, you white?
But you be in black spaces, boo, but go ahead.
Well, I meant so
Blue
we're
Jay, I
not,
didn't know you was
not
white.
allowed, and we're all living in
Are
the
you
same country.
serious,
I thought you
Moses?
just light skinned.
I don't think
What?
Roz has ever made me feel
Moses?
that way. I know she hasn't ever made me feel that way.
And I'm not trying to speak for white people. I'm going off of what I've seen.
You ain't seen nothing, Mo. You capping
Yes,
it.
I have. I just told
I've
you I
had
lost a
some
friend.
pretty
My
tough
ex-boyfriend at
situations with the
18 was
police.
gunned down by the cops.
Okay,
Yeah,
I've had
and
situations with
I
the
sure
police
hate
that
that
were
for
not
him.
good.
But is that a regular occurrence?
And even we're talking extreme here. We're talking the shootings. I think what makes it kind of frustrating is people will say, and it's not just black people say, it's some white liberals and other people say this too. They'll say, "Oh, anybody only cares when a minority is killed," but they don't have the same energy or the same protests for the white people that are killed. So it makes it seem kind of disingenuous. Because if you really cared about human life and police brutality, that would cross all lines. But instead, it's white supremacy, white this, white system. But white people aren't fighting for anybody. If with some, the liberals, some of them. But my point is, we're not out there just only fighting for white people. That'd be different. I can see how that would come across racist. But if someone's killed by police, it usually comes down to, sometimes it's unfortunate, yes. The cops are not
Mm-hmm.
perfect, but there's millions of police interactions every year. There was under 20 black people killed by the police last year. Under 20. That's so small. That's
Mm-hmm.
actually amazing. If you think
So that
about the chance.
It's still very
yeah, so that
unfortunate.
It's still
that
unfortunate, but you can never get perfection with human beings.
yeah, I
You're
Because
believe
right.
that.
That's true.
So I mean, when you say only 20, so you mean out of 50 states, only 20 black people were killed by the cops last year?
under 20 is what I heard. 19.
Yeah, I definitely don't believe that, and
No,
I
I'm just
personally
I
don't
don't
black
believe
either.
people. So
I think that statistics are half the time sometimes inflated to create a narrative.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, but either way, there's way more white people than are. We don't know any of their names.
but
Nobody really cares, to be honest. I
yeah,
don't care either.
but I don't. But this is not a political show or even about
Foxy, what you think?
race matters. But what we did say was that we do. Mo and I, and
What do
as
you
well
think?
as Foxy and everyone on the panel, said that he was wrong. He was wrong for killing.
Yes, he
Well, no one's
was.
bringing up Mo.
We
Mo did
also
bring up race.
understand.
He said
We
it's
also
like
understand that there's a possibility that he was going to lose his life. Our argument is that we believe that it was excessive force. That has nothing to
Mm-hmm.
do with us
no.
saying
Mo
black
brought up
or
race.
white.
Ross
It
girl.
has nothing to do with us saying black or white, Blue Jay. What we're
Mo
saying
brought
is
it up.
we
Ross.
think it was excessive force.
I
Hey,
know, but Mo brought up race. She said it's
I brought it up because Moses said I got to get out of that. Oh, and it's 2024. I said no.
okay,
Okay.
well,
I
okay,
well.
yeah,
just
You
yeah.
told
know.
me directly. You said you don't think white people care.
But
Okay.
let
Oh
me just
yeah,
say something.
and I stand on that.
Let me just say something.
I didn't bring it up.
If there is one bullet fired from a policeman, it's automatically excessive force. One. It has
No,
it
no,
has
that's
been no
not
no no no
true.
no. It has been raised to excessive force. If a gun is fired, it is automatically excessive force. Automatically. It's considered excessive force when a gun is fired. One shot from a policeman, now it has become excessive force. So once it's excessive force, there is no over excessive. Either it's excessive or not,
Mm,
regardless of the amount of shots shot. You can't say,
so
oh,
we're saying one shot versus 96 shots. There's really no difference in that. Is that what
If
you're
you make
saying?
because it's
yes,
all under the status of excessive force.
they don't get it.
You have to use excessive force now. You have to go there. So one bullet is excess. You've reached excessive
A
force
second and a
status.
half bandit.
Whether it's one bullet, because one bullet could kill, but they had to annihilate the threat. So excessive force was required. When a gun is fired,
Mm,
one shot, it has reached that threshold of excessive force, whether it's one or 101.
Four
Well, I guess
officers.
for the
Four
Overkill
officers,
is
Black Moses.
asinine.
This was
Four
overkill. Period.
officers.
when I
He
said
got about 50 bullets in him. 96 were shot off, but he had about 50 bullets in him.
Okay.
so, if he only had one,
Four officers are surrounding him while he's down, unarmed, and is coherent and can talk. They still executed him. He was not a threat.
he was a threat because
No,
he
no,
shot
no, no, no,
at
no.
them.
Man,
He died.
I just watched the
He was
footage.
coherent.
No,
He was a threat.
He wasn't
He
talking while they were
proved
shooting.
himself to be a
His
threat.
resume makes him a threat. All right, we're not
Yeah,
gonna go
he
there.
could have
Okay,
another gun. He
or your
proved that he
background makes
doesn't
you a threat.
care
All right,
about shooting at the cop.
when they be that
Yeah, Foxy.
armed and dangerous.
No, I'm
that's
going.
a threat. They know who you are.
I'm reading off the article. So
Right.
I'm just.
His intention showed he was a threat, though. He could have another gun. He already showed he was
we
shooting
know
it with
that.
hands.
We said he was wrong.
But
Yeah,
he-
we're all.
you're
saying
assuming that
while
he
they
didn't
were
have another
shooting,
gun.
he
They
was
can't
talking,
assume
I'm
saying,
just
that.
talking
"Hey,
about the
y'all."
solution right quick.
No.
You feel me? Like once you got prior, you got 2 prior gun charges before the fact. Like, why you still riding around dirty, no license? You
With
got
2
the
gun
trunk full of
charges
shit.
on you.
And if you
Yeah.
never
Baby, you need to be at the house.
You ride you come on now. You got a trunk full of shit. You got, part of my vernacular, but you know what I mean? You riding dirty. That's, for lack of better terminology. And then you got your priors, and then on top of that, we already established the fact that most likely in Chicago they know who you are before they even address you like that. There's no sense of sympathy anywhere. The game ain't based on sympathy. It's gobos. Come on.
Yeah.
If you got all this, if you got this priors, you need to chill out. Why are you still riding around with no license on some goofy stuff?
That's true.
And then it doesn't go down like that.
It almost
What you
30 years
expect
old.
what you expect from the crackers? I'm not siding with the crackers either, but I'm just saying it's justified.
So Cliff said that's not true. They didn't know where the gun was at. The article showed that he didn't have the gun once he exited the vehicle.
They don't
But
know
they
that.
could have
You
had
gotta
him
talk to the
down.
youth.
He could
You're
have
gonna
2
end up just
guns.
like
He
that
got
when
2
you
guns.
over here. You got all these priors and you got all this stuff. It's like you known and you would that you when okay. So answer this: when are you gonna step back and be like, you know what? I'm gonna get my life together. It's deader in jail. It's deader in jail, and that's where he ended up dead because what you gonna do? Come on, man?
But you know what? Like, some people at age 26, because we're not there. And thank God I've never, like, I don't have a criminal background or history like that. But some people at 26, they don't get it together. It takes some people longer.
That's their
26
fault.
is still pretty young,
That's their fault.
Yeah. At 26, you should know better.
I'm 33 and I'm still ain't got it together, but I don't ride around like that.
26. That's a grown adult.
I stay out the crack away.
Hey, you should know at 26, just like when you were a baby, when they told you don't play with fire.
Don't touch the fucking
You're
stove.
26 and you're still playing with fire.
Maybe it's
Are you serious,
doesn't
bro?
matter.
Come on now. Y'all are
Everybody
No, I would never do it. You couldn't pay me to even think to do anything like that.
I can't even believe
But
this.
I'm just
wouldn't do
saying,
it exactly.
in his shoes,
You
I don't
wouldn't
know
do
his
it.
environment or what he grew up around. I'm just saying, I know a lot of people that don't
They
have it
know
together
better.
at 26.
They know better.
They should have
Everybody
it
knows you
together
can't shoot
enough.
the police.
People don't. It's quick to
Come
say
on.
that. It's easy to say this stuff now because we're older.
No, everybody
But
No,
knows.
it's the truth.
even if we're older, we're speaking for the younger boys. And
When
we
I
gotta
was-
tell them this
I
is
do
not
exactly how
do
you're
that,
gonna end up if you keep with that stupid stuff.
Yeah, it's protecting the wrong people. It's not.
When I was 26, I knew not to shoot at policemen.
You already
I
done
did
risked your life.
too,
You
but
already
I'm
done risked your
saying
freedom. How
everybody
many
does
times you risked your
not.
freedom?
Everybody knows.
He knew. You're in
But
Chicago.
everybody don't get that talk. Like my parents would say, they would tell my brother, if you pulled over by the police, you just, yes, sir, okay, do what they say, and it'll be cool. Everybody didn't grow up that way.
He's been arrested
I don't
before.
know what
He
his
knows.
environment was, and I
He
know
had
that's
2
not our
prior gun
issue.
charges. Those are felonies.
I know that's not our issue, but I just try to show people grace, the
But you're
same
not
grace
showing the
that I would
police
want to be
officers
shown.
grace.
No, it's the truth, and we
You're not
don't
showing
have
the
that.
officers grace, though.
What?
the
What you
problem
say,
with
The
that?
officers are a bunch of pigs. They don't have grace.
I just want to get something clear.
They scared. They any
I'm
fucking
no,
thing they
and I'm
gonna
not
up
talking
your
about that
fire.
situation. Big, I
should.
think that's your name. I heard you say like you 26 years old. When are you gonna get your life together? That's why I brought that up. At 26 years old, I didn't have my life
But you
together.
didn't shoot
I
at
may have
police.
been a grown adult, but mentally, I wasn't.
I know, but
I
you're
had a
you
lot
How
didn't
more
many
shoot at
times you
growing to
think
police.
do.
Scrap been to jail
26 having
with them
a
But you
good
priors?
still knew
job
better.
doesn't mean having your life together. It means you know by 26, you know by 6,
If
not to
Yeah.
going to
shoot at
jail
the
don't wake you up,
police.
then
And
what's
even though you
going
didn't have your
on? What's
life
gonna wake
together,
you
Mo,
up?
you still knew better. You still knew better.
And he'd been in jail before, so he knows how police work, how
A
all
lot of
this
us didn't
works.
have our life
He knew
together
what
at 25,
he knew
26,
better.
but we
Mo.
What
still
do you
knew
mean he
better.
knows how police work because
You're
he been to jail?
validating this shit.
What
You're
are you talking about?
validating
One second, yeah.
this
I
crap.
just want to get back to
It's
Fox's saying
frustrating.
that the gun that he got out the car and he's talking and they still shooting him while he's on the
Hold on, before that, what did Ross say?
I was
Because Ross
watching
was saying
it.
something to Blue Jay.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't
we're
hear.
trying to figure out like what do you mean about he's been to jail before, so he knows how the police are.
You know you
Like,
can't shoot at the police. It's not like he'd never been pulled over before or dealt with police. He knows.
yeah, but like I
But
said, but
the
but my
problem is, it's not that I don't care about a human life. The problem is that in order to care so much for this human's life, we have to bypass and just, we have to take away the grace and the care for the police life, which are equally important. And he gave up his rights to
Nah.
have his life protected when he shot at them.
but
And
no
that's
one
what frustrates me. Nobody
said
We're
that
not saying we don't. I'm sorry,
go ahead.
oh
Ross.
no, you're good. Go ahead. No one said they didn't care about the police. We said that we don't care for how the police acted out in their
I
job.
don't care about the police.
We think they
Exactly.
did
But
their
by
job
default,
incorrectly. We
Just
don't
like I
think they
don't
were
care
the
about the
best
rips
at
over
their
there,
job.
but
We
that they
think they
gonna do
should
what
have
they
done
gotta do.
but
But
I know, but
you
by
feel me, Raz?
default,
If I
you're
pull up
saying,
in their neighborhood on some stupid shit, which is gonna happen to me?
by default, you're saying though that the police were wrong for keep shooting him. They didn't know if he had another gun in his pocket. They didn't know what was going on. They had 41 seconds.
I think
But
that if
it's
you get out the car and
I
you have your
guarantee.
He'd
hands
already
up,
proven that
you
he
don't
didn't
have
care
to
about
they
shooting the
said that
cop
he didn't have
because he'd already done it.
a weapon on him once
They
he
didn't
fell
know
to the
that though.
ground. Why are y'all still shooting
They
excessively?
didn't know
Yes, he
that,
was
Mo.
Because
wrong.
they don't
How
know
could they
that.
have known that, Mo?
They
They
knew
don't know
I
that.
that.
don't know.
All
They
they
knew
know is
that.
this
No,
guy
they don't
just
know
shot
that.
at us.
They
He
knew
How
shot
that.
at
come
All
they
they
us.
see is
don't?
a
The
figure.
article
All
Once
they
the
shows
see is
that
shot
a
they
fired,
knew.
figure. All they see
Yeah,
is a figure getting out of a car. They don't know
and he'd already
what's
shot the
going on.
cop.
Let's just say, here's a
It's
question.
crazy.
Here's a question. If it was a policeman in this neighborhood that got shot up by 4 gangbangers 96 times, you know what y'all would say, Roz and Mo? Y'all would say, what was he doing over there? That's what y'all would say.
No, I would not. I would say that's
Yeah,
a
y'all
damn
Well,
would.
hold
Oh,
on,
we
good
wouldn't
hold
even be
on,
idea.
having
y'all.
this
Hold on.
conversation.
No.
Y'all be like, what he should have
Wait,
been over there.
so hold on, y'all. Fair use, fair use. Just listen to this. This is the article, but then they're playing this music in the background.
Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the doors now. Open the door now. Open the door now.
Officers moving back with her gun up. They don't know if he shot first.
why he
They're
ain't open the
fighting.
door?
She's pleading with him. She doesn't want to have to
Hold
shoot
on,
him.
hold on.
Crazy.
Now they're running to him while he's on the ground.
It's just my head. It's just my head.
He's saying it's just my head. And then the video stops. But they
What
executed
did
him there.
you say?
He's
It's in
out.
my
He's
head.
out laid out on the floor. And you guys could look at this at it's called USA Today. It's
that part.
yeah.
It doesn't
So
change how I feel.
oh, just to give us more context, just
Posted a
so
link.
we're not all
Right.
over the place with
I'm
it.
just
We
saying
I
that
posted a link in
pleading with him
okay.
to open.
When you
And you have
watch
to
that
remember, they
video,
know he had a gun charge before, so they knew it's very highly likely that he's armed.
Right,
and
but we could agree that you have to obey the laws of the land, right?
Oh, they're
It's
saying
even in the scriptures, man.
That's
What you
true.
expect from them
You're
boys,
right.
man?
Mm-hmm.
You
And
pushing
I
the issue.
expected them to not shoot 96 times. That's all I'm saying.
We have to agree, if you shoot at officers, it's a possibility you could get shot upwards to 200 times.
I would assume I was going to get
And I
shot.
think
If I
that's
shot at one.
crazy.
I would assume I was dead. If I shot at a cop, I can't imagine doing that. It's crazy.
So
Man,
I
them
guess y'all
crackers
don't
put me
remember.
over. I'm throwing the keys on the roof, bro.
So I guess y'all don't remember Waco, David Koresh, when they shot up that place where they were over 96
But he was
times.
doing stuff to little kids, so he deserved to go.
He was out of control. Yeah, that's different.
Well,
Wrong
he's still a
scenario, Black
criminal.
He's
Easy.
still fair
But
trial.
here's the thing:
Everybody deserves a
they've not
fair
okay.
trial.
You said he was doing stuff to kids. They not only shot him, they shot kids too. They shot everybody that was in there over 96 times. Each officer probably let off 96 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
But see, we can't
But the
decide
only thing
what's
that y'all
worse
could
or
deduce
better.
from that is that he was messing with kids. They killed
Wait,
kids.
that's Smitty?
Yeah, they were abusing kids. They were raping kids. They were
Great.
impregnating kids.
Exactly.
But he had
But
a
the
right to
same
fair
kids,
trial.
This guy
the
didn't
same
have on a
kids that
suit
they were
though.
doing that to, the
But this
feds
guy didn't have
killed
on a
those
suit
kids.
though.
But the
Moses,
feds killed them. When the feds shot into that place, they killed those same kids that was
Yeah,
getting
collateral
raped and
damage.
murdered.
No, most of the
Shouldn't be
kids got out
applaud
though.
though, because they're deciding
Yeah,
whose
a lot of
crime's
those
worse.
kids got shot. Matter of fact, they burned down the whole building.
Yeah,
It was his kids that they took down, but yeah.
But he
It
still
wasn't
had a
That's a
right to a
Second
fair
Amendment
trial.
brother too.
Everybody has a right to a fair trial.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Agree.
So I'm not defending the guy, and the fact that you said collateral damage, I agree. Luckily he didn't follow, or whatever happened that he got killed. I don't know that story, but I'm just saying, just because we may think, oh, sad, he was 26 or whatever, we put all our own biases into
Thank
it.
you, Mo. Thank you for joining.
But I just don't think that it changes anything when you shoot at a police officer.
Ooh, hold
You're
on, I'll be right back,
forfeiting
y'all.
any right that you had for them to take mercy on you, because they have to care about their own lives at that point, their own families, and they should have that right to do so.
Yeah, I understand that though. I'm glad we having such a healthy discussion here.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I didn't bring the race part up. Actually, I was responding about the race part, so I just want to make that clear. I know it's a big thing with these types of situations. It comes
Yeah,
out.
because it's historical as well, Blue, that like, and you don't like I mentioned this earlier, that you would hear about white people back in the 80s with the show called Cops, and they were resisting arrest too, and the cops would tackle these, I call them hillbillies. Somebody got offensive about it, but because they were like mostly drug addicts, and they were like or alcoholics. They were resisting arrest and stuff. So we did get to see, but to the extent of Black and brown minority men specifically, it gets more inflated. It gets more coverage, media, sensationalism. And sometimes it's unfair. Like I was mentioning the Central Park 5 case that happened in 1989. And these were teenage boys, and they were interrogated for 24 hours on a so-called grape case that they didn't do. But because they didn't have legal representation, and because they were specifically, Black and brown Puerto Rican boys, they fit a profile that they were looking for a rapist in Central Park. And
yeah, I know the story.
Were made, and basically they got railroaded and did like almost 10 years.
Right.
Some did 7.
But
and
do you really think that's never happened to anybody else besides them?
No, I'm saying, but
it
was sensationalized because it was a white woman that was assaulted and near death, right?
Exactly.
And then
but it's better.
Yeah, and so like when you don't
support.
No, I'm not making. This is what media does. This is the propaganda that they pin it on. But when it happens to be like a Sandra Bland, who was stopped for a so-called traffic violation, she ends up dead in the jail cell. And that goes uninvestigated. They still don't know. They said that she took her own life, which is
that's a lie.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm just saying. So like when it comes to that,
overall,
they don't, you know what I mean? Like it becomes like more sensationalism than anything, and it makes it
gets
look
more
like
coverage. But isn't that actually kind of sad that nobody cares about the white victims? There's way more unarmed white victims. I watched a video last year. There was a guy that was in a wheelchair. He literally was paralyzed from the waist down. He was kind of crazy. I don't know if he was homeless or not, but he was definitely disabled, poor. He was at Walmart, kind of in the entryway, and he had pulled a knife out. This guy can't get out of the chair. A police officer shot him from 20 feet away in the chair, in the head. And nobody cared about that. But
That's
what I'm
sad.
saying is it seems a little bit disingenuous sometimes when people will say they care about police brutality and that it's white supremacy that causes it, but that those same people won't rally for innocent, unarmed white victims. So do they really care about police brutality, or what? Or do they not know about it, or do they not want to know about it? Because for me, I don't feel bad for any of them, even though, yes, there's some that are innocent and should not have died. But I understand there's a certain amount of casualties that are going to happen in any system that's comprised of numbers, because there's never an absolute zero, casualty. It's impossible. And I'm logical enough to know that. But I
But
also
for you
get
to say like
frustrated.
you don't care, I think that's my issue.
I
Like,
can't care. It wouldn't make sense to even care, because in order to do so, we'd have to forego the millions of police interactions every year with people. Probably a lot of people are right that they maybe could have actually killed them if they wanted to and got legally away with it, but they don't want to, and they stop it and they somehow diffuse it or whatever. But there's a lot of police officers that get killed every year too, more
that's true.
than
And it's
anybody
sad.
seems to care about or even know about. So the sensationalizing, yes, it's more public, but that's actually a service when you get your victims publicized and cared about. It's worse when nobody gives a shit.
Well, I wouldn't say that nobody cares, but
I don't think anybody can name white victims, and there's way more of them than black victims. So how is that true? Everybody cares.
That Modelo beer
I
ain't no
think
joke.
it stems from, like, we're not just talking about now. Like, you're right. Maybe a lot of black people haven't let go of things that happened 300 or 400 years ago, but it still stems, and racism is still prevalent today. A lot of it does stem from what we had to endure back then. So of course, we're going to be sensitive, more sensitive than other races, in my opinion.
Well, is it racist to not care when someone else is killed because of the color of their skin?
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Is that a form of racism to not be worried about somebody dying at the hands of the police now because of their skin color? Isn't that
I
racist?
absolutely, that's racist, but it doesn't apply to me. But that would
It
absolutely
doesn't
be
apply to you.
racist.
I get that. But you want
Yeah,
everybody else to
that's
care
racist.
about black people getting killed, and they do. People rally and riot all the time. But I'm just saying, most of the people that aren't that, sympathetic towards like this situation also aren't sympathetic to their own race either. They just aren't sympathetic about it, period. So it has nothing to do with race. It's that you don't mess with the police and expect to be able to walk away. And
what does it have anything to do with race? Because a lot of police brutality has a lot to do with race.
Then why are there so many more white people beat up and killed by the police?
That's statistically speaking. I honestly don't believe what the numbers say. No, that's a lie. A lot of times.
Look it up. It's true.
I know. I don't believe everything I read.
Well, they don't make up dead bodies, Mo. I mean, yeah, they can fudge numbers a little bit, but they don't just come up with dead bodies. Why is it so hard to believe that? Why does that instantly?
It's not that. Like I said again, I think we're going off to all the way somewhere else. My only issue was the excessive shooting. He was unarmed. Once he exited the vehicle and fell to the ground, like I said, he was wrong. Absolutely wrong. He was asking for retaliation when he reacted the way that he did, when the lady was like, whatever she said, roll your window down, or he didn't obey orders. So
Yeah,
of course
I
he was
don't care
asking
that
for her to
I don't
retaliate.
want
I
anybody
don't
to
want
stand up for
anybody
the
to
white people
think.
getting killed because I don't care.
Blue Jay, can
I
you
don't
let
want
her
I'm
anybody
not
to think
saying,
that
oh, you
I'm
should kill the white
dismissing
people.
that.
I don't care about them either.
I'm not.
1 second, y'all. Blue Jay, can you please let her finish speaking? Then you speak. I can't hear neither one of y'all. Just
How
1
did this
second.
turn racial? How did it turn
Yeah,
racial?
I'm trying to figure that out. We keep saying to Blue Jay that it's not a racial thing.
That's what I responded to.
My issue is the 96 shot. That's all I'm saying. He was wrong. He was absolutely wrong. Blue Jay, I want you to understand that I am in agreement with you. When you respond a certain way to an officer, a lot of times they're gonna retaliate, and it's gonna involve a gun most of the time. I get that, but the 96 shots and I know y'all say we don't know what else he had on him, but for the articles to read that he was unarmed when he fell to the ground, and y'all are still shooting excessively, I have a problem with that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Are
So
you taking into account 41 seconds?
do you think he got those 96 shots because he was black? Is that the point you're trying to make, Mo?
No, my point is when I entered Roz's chat before she even started the live, I mentioned nothing about race. All I said, I had a prayer emoji, and tears because it was overkill. I don't care if he was white, Hispanic, Asian. I don't care. Overkill to me, like that's I don't know. When people abuse their power to that extent, it does not sit well with me. That's all I'm trying to say.
Do you think
So
it
why
was
do you think
because
your
they had
instinct
the
was to
power,
deny
or
that
do you
the
think
numbers?
they were just trying to protect themselves?
Both.
It can't be both. It has to be
It
either.
can be both. It can absolutely be, I'm going to continue to shoot because I know that I can. And it can also be, I'm protecting myself. It can be both.
Well, what if they have to train people to do something in a situation where it doesn't get any more adrenaline based than your life is at risk? So they have to teach someone you have to go into autopilot mode. And this is what you do. When the commander says fire, you ba 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 until it stops. What else are they supposed to teach people that would be consistent and not create more problems by, oh, well, you didn't go pat him down when, or, those things are actually worse. I see why they have just a hard and fast rule on this is what you do.
I have a question also, Mo. How many times do you think they should have shot at the car or shot at him? How many times?
Once they saw him falling to the ground, I think that should have been it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
that
agree.
that was after about 60, 65 shots.
My thing is, why are you still shooting after that? That's what I'm saying.
But give me a number. Give me a number.
What was the
How
point?
many?
I don't know. I don't know a good number. I
Exactly.
don't. I don't have that
Thank you.
answer. But
Exactly.
why is it such a big deal?
This is why. This is why.
It's a big deal because so many people saw that that was excessive and it was wrong.
But if
No,
after
no,
he fell,
everybody
he
didn't see
pulled
that.
a gun out and killed a cop, would you say they should have kept shooting?
But that wasn't the scenario. I'm
Well,
dealing with the
I
truth
said,
at
what
hand.
if?
That's what I'm
What if?
dealing with.
If that happens, so they make that rule for a reason because of historical.
So
Yeah, I'm
how
stories
dealing
that
with
much?
have
He
reality
got out the
though.
car and showed his hands and showed that he did not have a gun. That is when
in
they
his
should have
pocket,
at
I'm saying.
least
He had him in.
ceased their shooting. Somebody could have said that. Period.
But what if he had him in his
Exactly.
pocket, Roz? He hadn't been
You
searched.
keep saying what if. We're dealing with
Because
what
they have
actually
to go
happened.
off of that. He'd already proven
No,
he was
we're going off
willing
of
to
what
shoot.
happened.
Hold on. He was already had proven that he was willing to shoot at the police. Did he not? He'd already shot one. So he'd already showed that he didn't give a fuck. He's going to shoot. And if he had another gun, that's not uncommon. They can't just
The
think,
man
well,
had already
he
been
probably
shot and was
doesn't.
falling to
They
the
have to
ground
think.
unarmed.
But
Period.
they have a right to assume that he may have another gun.
So if they shot the majority of the shots while he was in the car, and they maybe let off maybe 5 or 10 more rounds. So that's what we're talking about here. So that's why I asked you, what do you think? What number should they have stopped at? Should they have stopped at 20,
And
30?
that's why I said I don't know the number of shots, but I feel like once they saw him exit the vehicle unarmed, fell to the ground, okay, we can kind of calm down. That's how I feel. I don't know the exact amount of shots. I can't say that, but what I can say is once you saw this man falling, somebody should have calmed down. Like, what are we doing?
Pocket when he
He's
fell
still a
and
threat.
grabbed a gun. Should the cops have to take the chance that let's give this guy the benefit of the doubt that if he probably doesn't have a gun, and if he does, he won't use it when he'd already shot
They
a
thought that he had been shot, Blue Jay, unarmed. Like
They
everybody
didn't
trying to
know that.
dismiss that.
Unarmed.
I don't like that.
How
What
can
does eliminate the threat mean, Mo, to you? What does eliminate the threat mean? Because that's where they are now. Eliminate the threat. Keyword.
Yes, do
Eliminate.
what it takes to protect yourself. Once you
No,
saw that he was
eliminate the threat.
unarmed,
Eliminate the threat. What does that
that's
mean?
what it means to me. Once you're unarmed,
No,
you're
that's
falling to the ground, you're no longer a threat.
keyword. Eliminate. Keyword.
Yes,
Eliminate.
you're eliminating the issue, the threat. It's eliminated once he's unarmed and he's
No,
falling to the
no.
ground.
Once he is
Yes.
incapacitated and
No,
done,
not
that's when the threat
that's
has
the
been
problem
eliminated.
now.
is the man in the chat's name
The
Mavi?
keyword is eliminate. Eliminate the threat.
Get
I don't
rid
know
of
the
the threat.
I don't care.
Exactly.
I don't-
So what does
The
that mean?
threat was that he had a gun. He was out of order. So let's eliminate that, not eliminate the entire being.
Yes.
Not if you don't have to. Okay, so my thing is, let's just say if he was deleted, right? Okay, it is what it is. You shouldn't have addressed the police in that way. You shouldn't have shot at the police. But my issue is the amount
But
of
you're not
shots that were fired. That's it. It ain't even that he was deleted.
But
He kind of opened up that door. He did open up that door to, for that to possibly happen. But my only issue is the amount of shots. That's all I'm saying.
To die more. Nobody deserves that. Let me rephrase that. Who would it have been more justified that they had to be, their life ended in that scenario, the cop or the perpetrator? Because by lessening the shots on him, they're increasing the chances of the police officer dying. And that's not fair. That's the point. It's not just they shot him too much. The point is, if they hadn't kept shooting him, there's a higher risk that he would have killed one of the police officers.
Yeah, it was. I want to bend on what I'm saying. Maybe, and you being sarcastic.
No,
that's cool too. No, I'm talking about maybe in the chat. I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
There's an opportunity cost with that.
Mm-hmm.
So even though, yes, now looking back in the perfect world, he didn't have a gun, they could have shot him left. Maybe they could have saved him, and he could, whatever, gone through court. But at that time, for them to take that risk, they were basically putting one of their officers' lives on the line in order to give him a benefit of the doubt, which he did not deserve anymore because he'd already shot a police officer. So he'd already proven he didn't value their lives. And if he had a gun, he would have used it.
Okay. And I can respect where you're coming from. Okay.
Panthers chairman Fred Hampton in Chicago unharmed in his bed and eliminated by cops. When did that happen, Foxy? That didn't happen yesterday. That happened in the 60s, and the Panthers were an armed threat.
Why aren't you pulling up the wheelchair like at Walmart? See what I'm saying? That's why it's frustrating because
I'm looking at this from a technical standpoint. I'm looking at this from a technical and tactical standpoint. I'm not looking at it from a racial or emotional standpoint. I'm looking at it from a technical and tactical standpoint.
Yes, and it was excessive. I don't care what the race was. That was ridiculous.
Well, they were violent anyway. The Black Panthers, they probably had to assume they were violent. I'm not saying, I don't know that story, and I'm not saying it's just. But I'm just saying,
you know what's so sad about this? You know what's so sad about this is that
Roz is over it.
You know what's so sad about this is if he would have shot and killed that policeman, we wouldn't even be doing a show right now. We wouldn't even be
My
doing.
God.
Yes. So you guys, I am coming up
Police
on
died
the
today.
4 hour. I am coming up on the 4 hour mark, so I want you guys
Well,
to
come on up on it
give
then.
y'all last words so I can shut it down. And I do want to thank y'all all for joining the panel.
What you want? Well, we can
Greatly
give you some money. We can also
No, stay on longer.
Oh no, I can't.
kind of.
You might well do 4 hours. It's Friday night. What
We
you gotta do?
love you.
Yeah, I got about.
We're stressing you out. I'm sorry.
No,
Well,
you're not stressing me out at all. But you
It
know,
ain't number one.
Black Meezy, you gonna go
I
live?
think
You gonna go live, Black
2
Meezy?
o'clock here, you
And
guys.
I rarely come up. I rarely go on panels.
You know, I'm gonna go to the
Well, can I
4 hour mark.
clarify
To the
something?
4. Okay, that's good. That's good.
I know it keeps getting convoluted. But
So
I think the difference is one
so-
side of our arguments care more about the police, and one side cares more about the, the civilian. And I think that's more so. The race does get brought up. Obviously, that's a big thing in our country. But I think that's really what it comes down to. And that's why I think people don't care about the white victims either, don't know their names, don't write for them, because they figure they did something, and the police officers ultimately have to be given the power. So I think that's the difference. And so anyway, I don't want you guys to feel like, I just want to make it clear.
And I don't
care about white people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying a lot of white people don't care about white people either, if that makes sense.
Ooh, Blue Jay going ham. Thank you, Blue Jay. They don't care about us. They don't care about us, Blue Jay. They don't care about the white folks. They don't care about
I
us.
can't stand Moses at all.
Well, a lot of white people don't care about the white victims either, so it's not like they're discriminating.
But I just want to say this. I just want to say this. Hopefully, Mo, we can go down to the local police department and see if they have a spreadsheet on how many bullets are allotted based on the situation.
You're terrible,
Moses. Let's just see.
It's the sarcasm for me.
I'm just saying, is there maybe there's a spreadsheet that says, hey, this person 10 bullets, this person 25 bullets. Maybe they have that. Maybe they have that spreadsheet or that protocol or something. Where a person gets a certain amount of bullets. I'm just. Do y'all think that exists?
Black Meezy.
I just know they're supposed to.
I was in reading the article. Apparently, Chicago PD has been in investigation since 2019 because of their. So hold on, listen. I'm just reading the article so we can have more content. But they have been in investigation because of their way that they're policing. And the training and retraining, so they're not clean either. Just playing devil's advocate. And as far as Fred Hampton was a 20-year-old man that was sleeping in his bed. He was the chairman of the Panthers out there in Chicago, and he was unarmed. And they took him out and eliminated him. He had no weapons on.
But they didn't know that initially.
Well,
but if no one's firing, so I'm just saying, like this isn't new, but this stuff has been going on for a very long time, and we have cases where there have been unarmed, innocent people that have been eliminated and taken off the playing field without probable cause.
Was that probably a hit though, more so in that kind of like?
Well, you're
where
talking
that's
about
in a whole like organization,
black rights and civil rights activists, and specifically the Black Panthers who were armed.
They were infiltrated first.
They were.
Yeah,
so
like
all them being angry black people, they had every right to be, but they knew their civil rights, they knew their legal rights. That we can bear arms. It's in the Constitution.
True.
So they weren't doing anything illegal, and they were policing their own communities. So they weren't doing anything wrong.
That's true.
But that sounds like
when you're dealing with an armed group, you have to approach them armed.
Yeah,
and
he did.
Possibly ready to use those arms. It's tit for tat. That's what it is.
But they were an armed group because America was armed against them.
Exactly. So those were the times. Now, how are we going to take a group that fought for black rights and apply it to a young man with prior gun charges who ain't fighting for black rights?
No. My point is that the point is that there are people there are situations where there's, in the cops' eyes, they think it's probable cause, but it's not. And then then they eliminate these, this guy wasn't innocent, but they're justifying that elite, his stop wasn't warranted. They were profiling him. And that's and so that's why he was in a residential area. I saw the video. I played y'all the clip. It's not like he was in the hood. He wasn't by the projects. He was in a residential area with his brand new SUV.
Yeah.
The windows were tinted.
And that's why his mom kept saying he just got the new car.
Yeah, and he told his mom, "I'm going out. I'm gonna drive around on my car." And now he's in this residential area. So he was profiled. There were 4 plainclothes DTs outside. They didn't announce themselves, and they pulled them over and made it seem like, because he's riding without a seatbelt. But if his windows are tinted, how do they know that?
And how do
So
they
what
know?
about that? Why are we not addressing that? We didn't know. They didn't announce who they were. That's also an issue. Why are we not dealing with what happened before he shot the cops? Why are we not dealing with that?
Because we need to look into their investigation. That part we don't know.
Yeah, it just came out. I mean,
we don't want to speculate there.
What about if we?
All we know at this point is that he got stopped, he shot a cop, and he got popped.
That Tucson.
And that's it. That's all you. That's what happened. The investigation will come later on for y'all to speculate and get all emotional. Oh Lordy.
No, but this is in the USA article that just came out 3 days ago. Black Moses that are bringing more light, because now there's more evidence coming through with the body cam. So that's why I was reading off of this. Just came out 3 days ago.
That's what I did earlier in the show, and
in the U.S. Time. So it's not us speculating. This is what they're writing up in these articles.
So what more evidence has popped up?
I think it's 1 minute.
Other than him getting stopped for supposedly a seatbelt, what other?
Them not announcing themselves.
Right.
Him after he got out the car,
and that he was unarmed, laid out on the floor.
My gun too.
Now remember, they are an undercover tactical unit. Remember that part.
But you didn't announce yourself. I'm gonna grab my gun.
Video of the wheelchair guy.
I mean, if you're an undercover tactical unit, you can't do your job unless you're undercover. So
well, you can't pull nobody over for a traffic stop.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. Right. If you're an undercover tactical unit with probable cause, when you're dealing with somebody that when you pull the license plate, you see he has priors and he could be armed and dangerous. Yes, you do that when you're a part of a tactical undercover unit. Yes, they're not traffic cops. They're not traffic cops. You know, now, a traffic cop would have had to go by the protocol of a traffic cop. He doesn't have the leeway to do what those guys did. Those guys stopped him because they had other reasons, because of what is going on and because of his license plate and the information that came after that. Y'all are not looking at that. As I just said, we have to be technical and tactical. Let's do that.
They said that they are investigating this. This is why they are investigating this. And it is because they did not announce themselves and everything else that they found out. That was definitely one of them.
And that's what the press is saying, right?
That is not what the press is saying. That is what the superintendent is saying. The chief administrator of the police.
Think they have
and then Kim Fox, also the state attorney, said that the office is beginning to review all evidence and determine if criminal charges would be warranted to these cops. They are now suspended and everything of that nature.
Is it possible that it's about time for another one of these type of things to get everybody distracted about something?
So let me just ask a favor.
How was it a distraction if he was?
Go ahead.
I just want to ask a favor. Mo, Foxy, Roz, the usual suspects. Can you please do not start yelling out Black Lives Matter until after the wrongdoing has been pinpointed? Can y'all not run out in the streets and yell Black Lives Matter? Can y'all not do that? Can y'all not break windows at Target and Walmart and steal socks?
If they're the protest here in DC for it, I'm gonna be there.
See there?
Can you
They
play
brought
that
it.
1-minute video in the
Black
back?
Moses matters. How about that? Black Moses
Rock,
matters.
Make sure you have a reason to be there and not just because you want to get something free out of Walmart.
No, I've
Please.
been watching.
No, can you play the Walmart
Hey,
video I put in the back? That's the wheelchair guy. It's less than 1 minute. I'm just saying. I mean, I think it helps to bring awareness to the stuff that this does happen more than we realize.
Black Moses matters.
well, y'all know I'm always marching. I was there when they was marching for George Floyd. I did
Well,
that.
the guy with the knife and the handicap wheelchair guy. There's like a 1 minute clip.
Wait.
He was shot in the head by the cops from 20 feet away.
Wait, there was a guy with a knife in a wheelchair?
Yeah, and the cop shot him in the head from 20 feet away. And I put a 1 minute clip in the back. I'm just saying, this kind of thing is.
Wait.
If anybody,
Blue Jay,
that guy didn't have a gun.
He didn't have a gun, but he had a knife. He had a
Yeah,
knife, and
I know,
he was on wheels. That means he was
but the
getting to
cop
the
didn't
cops
get
faster than
charged with
somebody
anything.
walking and running. He was
Cop
on
didn't get
wheels.
charged though. He just got fired.
Oh, he
Two
just
white
got
people,
fired?
white cop, white dude.
Was it a black guy he shot in the wheelchair?
No, white guy, white cop.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And he
That,
only got
that's
shot
worse.
one
He only
time.
had a knife. I'm just saying it's not necessarily like that. It's this whole like discrimination thing or profiling. Sometimes the
That's
cops
only
are
one
stupid,
scenario.
but they don't always get held accountable because I think it's just the difference. Like I said, if people tend to side with the police because they know there's going to be some wackos that are going to not do things right, and then hopefully the system takes care of it. And when they go through the system and trust the judicial system because it's pretty good compared to the rest of the world.
Where was
Or
that at, the
do you
wheelchair?
just look for little reasons why everybody was, the cops should have just been playing God and known exactly what to do in that 41 seconds. That's what I'm saying.
You said the judicial system is pretty good compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So much crooked, like the judicial system can be so crooked.
Compared to the rest of the world, it's night and day. It's so much better.
No, I don't.
We have
Blue Jay, you're
we
in
have
Utah, right?
trials.
You're in Utah?
We have
So
appeals.
Blue Jay, and you're
I'm in Utah, yes.
So Blue Jay, in Utah, do you ever hear about men getting pulled over and shot 96 times after shooting at cops? You don't hear that a lot in Utah.
There was a kid that was on some kind of a drug and he wouldn't get out of the car. Yeah, they shot him until he was dead. It was one cop, but he didn't get in trouble. The cop.
Exactly. But did he get shot?
Because we have a different way of thinking here.
Just one cop.
Yeah, I think he called for backup, but they got there, and no people get killed by the police here. But people don't support that as a whole. They support the police overall, and sometimes they make mistakes, yes. But the problem is you can't really serve both masters. So what are you going to do? You're going to know that police are humans, and statistically, there's going to be a very, very small percentage actually of interactions that go wrong. But that's something that you just deal with. I mean, if you order 100 eggs, 3 of them are going to be broken. That's just how it is.
No, I check my eggs before I bring them. So.
I said if you order them. My point is, there's a certain amount of loss in every
Hey, Blue Jay, she said order them, Rod. She didn't say you buy them in the store. She said order them.
There's a certain amount of people that accounts payable, they're not going to pay you. There's going to be, or accounts receivable, there's going to be a certain amount of products that come in broken. There's going to be a certain amount of casualties. If you're up, you deliver babies, some are going to die. There's no way to avoid.
Yeah, but also Blue, they're in Utah compared to Chicago, compared to Harlem, New York. I mean, there's a difference that is apples and oranges.
And a traffic stop is not
why do you think that is though?
Old school.
You know why?
What? It's because of the laws.
96 shots, 4 cops, 1 person who had one
gun. Nobody would even be publicizing that or trying to rally or fight for that man here. They would say, he shot a cop, and everybody would be like, oh,
no one would expect them to in Utah, Blue Jay.
What's that?
We wouldn't expect them to in Utah. Like,
why not?
Because it's not the place where they would do that.
Yeah, we have ghettos here. We have actually a pretty varied population of socioeconomic and race. Yeah, they do. That happens here. You just don't hear about it because the people, the majority of the citizens, don't rally for the criminals. It happens.
We're rallying for.
In fact, Native Americans are
We're
criticized more
rallying
than
for
anybody,
police
and we have a lot of
corruption.
Native
We're
Americans.
rallying for.
Oh, y'all got an Indian
excessive-
problem there, Blue Jay?
We're
Not a problem.
we're
but,
rallying for
they are
police corruption.
statistically more.
Excessive. Y'all niggas got me.
Let Ross talk.
Like, we are rallying for police brutality, police corruption, excessive force, overuse of power. This didn't just happen just here. There were just 5 black cops who brutalized somebody also, and they were a tactical force. Like, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about these units, their misuse of their power and how they're executing things. That's what we're talking about. That's what the show is about, Blue Jay.
Okay, I understand. Can I respond to that?
Go
Sounds
ahead.
one-sided to me.
Because
it ain't one-sided. You don't have to agree with me.
I
That's
don't know.
what
We
you're
don't
here
exactly.
for.
But what I'm saying is, it's not. What the difference is the perception that that's a misuse of power.
Yeah, well, I mean, the difference is that there's no that is what you're disagreeing. True enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the perception that that's a misuse of power. That's what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
definitely think it's a misuse of power.
And
I
in the
definitely
other
think that if
mindset, the flip
cops are
side.
walking down the street and they feel that they can shoot people 100 times and they can't stop and they continue to shoot people like that, I think that is a misuse of power. I think if that continues to happen in many situations, as it has happened in many situations, that is a misuse of power. Or our cops are not trained enough to be able to de-escalate problems where they don't just have to shoot and kill like that. That's just how I feel.
Each situation is individual, but we're talking about this one.
I mean, they're not motherfucking military. We're not walking around in a third world country or anything like that. We're in America. It was a
I beg
traffic
to differ.
stop. He didn't have on a seatbelt. So you mean tell me that somebody don't have on a seatbelt, so you're going there with intention?
He wasn't killed because he didn't have a seatbelt on. He was killed because
He was stopped because he didn't have a seatbelt on.
Stop. Yes.
Okay, I'm not gonna go there.
There's unlawful stops every
Go
day,
ahead,
all
y'all.
day.
I'm
No,
sorry.
but you've got to be honest.
No, I'm good.
Unlawful
I'm
stops don't result in.
Wait a minute. Roz, I know you didn't say he got shot because he didn't have his seatbelt.
I said he was stopped because he didn't have a seatbelt on.
Oh, okay. All right. I
So
thought
that is
the
all.
law there? He didn't have a seatbelt on. I was like, wait a minute.
But from the get-go, you can already see that was some crap because there were tinted windows. Now they're investigating the fact
That's what I was about to say.
But is
the
it
fact
illegal?
that it was a traffic stop. So now these cops are being investigated. Hey, what did you actually stop them for? Because what they said they stopped them for isn't that. So this is what their colleagues, the people who have to investigate them, are asking them now.
And I don't care what nobody says. Since you brought that up, Roz, I said I wasn't gonna say it, but I am. They also said he was in a very nice neighborhood in a brand new car.
Yeah,
they
did say that.
That has something to do with it too.
What does that have to do with it?
But he
has
a criminal record.
Come on.
I had somebody stop. I guess it takes me back. Like I said, a lot of times I'm speaking from experience. I remember me and my brother got some. Y'all live over here. This is your car. And then you did an even deeper investigation. That's what I mean. Oh, y'all niggas. Basically, you niggas live over here. That's what it was.
But so many people can tell that same story, but it didn't result.
Okay, but I'm telling you, it happens.
It does. It happens.
That's what I'm saying.
I've been treated actually physically harmed by the police.
I'm talking about white cops talking to black individuals.
Well, yeah, and he was profiled because he had a brand new SUV. He was in a residential area. There were 3 female cops and the one black guy cop there. You heard on the video, on the audio, main officer was being the aggressor. Roll down your windows. right?
Why is that
But
not fair?
why is he being stopped if he can't? Why? So he has a nice car and
He had
he's
a
in the
gun
residential as a profile because they're looking at him like,
Wait, so he had a new
No,
car
I
in
think
a
that's
nice
crazy.
neighborhood.
right? So
Wait,
he
hold
can't.
on. What
He had
do
a
you
gun
mean?
charge.
Well, that was a Kia. Wasn't he driving a Kia?
It was an SUV. It was a
It wasn't
brand new.
like he was driving a Range Rover. He was driving a Kia.
She didn't walk up
but
on him with a gun.
It don't
Who's out
matter.
here saying black
So
folks
was he
can't
in a
drive
nice
Kias?
neighborhood or a
He
bad
wasn't
neighborhood?
drawn.
No, he was in a nice
He had no
neighborhood. It
gun
says
drawn.
residential area. And when I looked at the
You're
video
assuming
footage,
that that's
it's
what
all
she
houses.
thought.
It wasn't in the hold on, Blue. It wasn't in the projects.
But in
I don't know where
Chicago,
this. No,
in
but
Chicago, most of the ganglands are residential neighborhoods. They
that may be. I don't live in that type
but
of.
in
I don't.
Chicago, the
I would
residential
think.
areas are gang infested too.
You're
Okay,
saying
no, I'm not.
read their
I'm
thoughts.
just saying when you. So when you're looking at the video footage, in hindsight, everything looks legit, right? He's got his brand new car.
Why does he have a
Why is
mask
he being
on?
stopped?
Sounds like
Hold on a
speculation.
second. Hold on a second. I'm
Foxy
saying, why is he being?
speculation there.
Hold on. I'm reading the article and I'm just trying to wrap my head around it
That's in
because,
the article?
like Mo said, it's why is it that it's a problem that he's going to be stopped at this residential stop sign or whatever in where the houses are in his brand new car, right? So it's like, hold on a second, Blue. Hold on, mama. What I'm saying is that so if it was in another neighborhood, right, it would be okay for them to stop him. But here he's like, why? You know what I mean? It's almost sounding racially profiling.
It says here that
It almost sounds like that when you break it down. So he probably got nervous. He knows he's riding around with his gun. But these people, these officers,
gun charges.
These
What could he have
officers
done that would have
brought
justified what they did then? Because if he can't have a mask, he won't comply. He has a gun charge. He shot at him. What exactly would he have had to do?
So what we do know,
he has a mask, but his face is visible. His face is visible.
Why do you have on a mask?
What else would he have had to do to justify?
Wow, I'm gonna drop down.
Chicago is cold. Chicago is cold still.
You're
You got
welcome.
your windows up, tinted windows. You more
You
than likely
too.
a new car. You
Bye,
have
Mo.
heat in it.
It just
know.
seems like there's nothing that he could have done wrong.
So can I
in
say
his
something 1
eyes.
second? It says here that Mr. Reed led his high school basketball team to a regional championship and was a student athlete in college where he earned an associate's degree. Strauss had hopes of becoming a broadcaster.
I was a
And
state
y'all are
champion
saying
cheerleader.
that
I've been in jail 3
this
times.
stud, and it sounds like he was this working man out here trying to get it for his family.
Yeah,
That
he
is
could
terrible.
have been there, but why take
And
it
this
back
is
to
what
being
I'm
the
talking
captain of
about.
his
When the
basketball
cops kill people, it's always that lasting story of they were in the wrong. The victim was in the wrong. And the victim is the cop. They will never say
Usually.
it's the person they killed. But they would say that person is in the wrong. That person was a criminal. And it just completely whitewashes basically their whole life and what they've done. And people have been referring to this boy as a thug and referring to him as this and that, as if he deserved to
don't
be
think
shot.
that.
And you don't know, like Foxy mentioned, it could have been some type of fear. It could have been
I'm
anything.
going
Who
strictly
knows?
on his actions at the
This
scene.
makes no sense.
That's it. What could he have done, Roz, that would have made their actions?
I just said it makes
like,
no
what
sense.
else would he have had to do in order for like the police to kill him like they did? What would he have had to do for you to say, okay, I understand why the cops did that?
They need to get their asses on. They was
No,
wrong.
I mean, being honest, what's the real question for like Fox hear you? But what
I'm sorry.
would make you say, yes, I understand why the cops did that? Like, what actions would
I understand why the cops did that. I already said that.
So why bring
but
up
you're
the
saying
fact
it's
that
kind
he
of
was
like-
the captain of the basketball
That's
team?
what
Because
Why
y'all are
bring
trying
More
to
than
bringing up.
y'all are trying to defame who
No,
he
what would you
was
have had to
as a
do?
person
What would
because
made
he
it
had
not
a gun
accept-
charge. There are a lot of people who are great in this world with gun charges too.
And then there
But
are
they don't
also
shoot the
shooters
police.
with gun charges.
Yeah, they don't shoot
the police though. Come on.
Yeah,
like,
and they
let's be
also
real.
probably don't get the cops ran up on the cops probably don't run up on them either.
All
But for
they
some
do
reason the
is
cops
kill
ran up on him because he didn't have on a seatbelt.
You never the cops pull you over
That's
for
crazy.
But his
petty shit.
windows were tinted, so how did they see that?
Cops pull me over for petty shit all the time.
We're
They
just trying to make
profiled
it.
It's so safe here
They
because
profiled him.
But yeah, they said the windows were so dark you couldn't see the seatbelt. So
I definitely think that it's going to come back that it was
Well,
mistaken
that's what they're.
identity. I think that the cops are going to be at fault and complicit, and I think that they were completely out of order and wrong. Yeah,
But that's why I was asking, what actions would he have taken to make you feel like the cops were justified in what they did? What else?
Justified if they would have announced themselves. And I understand what I've been saying, but if that's the case, then they wouldn't be being investigated for why they wasn't announcing themselves. The fact that they could not stop and de-escalate or calm themselves after they have shot and killed this person. Like,
so if they announced that,
every police shooting is an investigation. There's an investigation after every police
yeah,
shooting. You
I do know that, but I am
protocol.
smart enough to know that this was wrong, regardless of what y'all say.
Oh wow! I bet you those policemen aren't found of anything. I guarantee you.
I bet you I'm gonna be right.
No, they
Everything
will.
I've talked about so far,
Because of
Jonathan
public outcry.
Majors, P. Diddy. Watch when this come back. I'm gonna be
No,
right about this too.
Has Black Lives Matter said anything
You know
yet?
why?
No, I don't know.
Exactly, because they're not going to embarrass themselves this time.
Black Lives Matter probably is non-existent.
You mean Black Lives Matter that are run by Soros, the old white guy?
Yeah,
This is why the crime stays.
But fronted by two fat black lesbians.
Because the cops died, and the public defenders and all these, the prosecutors, they appease the.
Yes, they would, Lionel.
But the thing is, that doesn't do the citizens any good. It really doesn't.
Y'all see what Lionel said? Lionel said, if I got shot down, they say I was a common criminal in the reports.
How do you know?
No criminal history or anything, and they make me look like a vile criminal.
Well, that's very ridiculous to consider.
These conspiracy theories gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop with these conspiracy theories. And
I know.
And Mavitt says, why? I don't know why a tactical force would care about a seatbelt, though. Maybe they thought he was part of a gang they were watching.
Is it illegal to not wear a seatbelt?
Yeah, so they could have mistakenly thought that he was someone.
And he has pending gun charges, and also the fact that he has.
But they wouldn't have known that if they didn't run his plates. So again, they profiled him.
But they can't prove that.
Probable
cause. They pulled him over and he had no seatbelt.
Yeah, probable cause.
Yeah, that's all that matters, really.
Yeah. If you've proven yourself as a felon, you've done felonious things, then some things that you do, some areas you may ride in, may be probable cause for you to get stopped and searched, like having gun charges on your record. Let's stop him, search and see if there's a gun there. And there was a gun there. How do we know it was a gun there? Because he shot a gun.
And unlawful stops are dismissed in court. That's where you handle unlawful stops.
So saying, well, this is probably going to happen. It's probably going to be this, and it's probably going to say this, and this was probably going to happen. It probably don't help. We know the facts. See, this is how y'all do it. Y'all throw the problems out there.
There's a lot of DUIs that get dismissed because they were unlawful, because they'll say, they were swerving, or they'll say something happened, and then they come to find out that's not true. It was just midnight or 1 a.m. The bar's just letting out all these people, so I bet we can get someone drunk, and those are dismissed. But the point is, if they do pull someone over and they're drunk, sometimes they can face it, sometimes they can't. But if they said he didn't have a seatbelt and he didn't, whether they knew that before that or not, it doesn't matter. Because what they thought.
Go ahead, Blue Jay. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, after the seatbelt thing, we're getting caught up on that. He shot.
What do you mean we're getting caught up on that? That was the traffic stop.
But he shot at them after that.
Yeah. That's
so
the main thing.
That in court and said they unlawfully stopped me for seatbelts, and I want to fight my seatbelt ticket. But he didn't do that.
Yeah.
Because he is no longer alive.
And here's the thing, Ross. Here's the thing, Ross. here's the thing, Ross. Even if they would have, even when they stopped him, if they would have stopped them and he'd allowed them to search his car, and even if they found the gun, those charges would have been dropped because the stop itself would have been unlawful. He would have got off on that one. But he didn't allow
Exactly.
himself to go through that process. He decided to do what he did.
And he still would have get attempted murder shooting at a cop either way. What was he thinking?
Yeah.
He wouldn't have had a great life. He would still been in prison forever. You can't shoot at a cop.
I would say, hey, they stopped me. They said they stopped me for a seatbelt. Why am I in here for this? They didn't have I didn't give them permission to search my car. You know,
Yeah.
you could have went through that and he would have been scot-free. Still got a pending gun charge, but wouldn't have got charged for the one he had on him at that present time.
Yeah, well, a lot of
So
people
there had
live
to
in
be
fear.
something. So
He flipped
A lot of
here we
people
go.
live in fear, and the fact that he had a pending
We
charge,
can't
and
excuse that.
the fact that he had a pending charge, and we don't actually know the stipulations around that either. But out of his fear or whatnot, you just never know. He could have been totally scared, but I'm not here to say that. What I'm talking about is the excessiveness of when he was dead, when he got out that car, showed that he surrendered his gun and everything, and they continued to shoot him even after he was
So
unalive.
if the police are taught to do that at the academy, should they be held liable for doing what they were taught?
Ma'am, if they was taught to do that at the academy, then
So
That's
at
usually what
what
they're
point
taught.
should they have stopped
I
shooting?
don't think they're taught to do that.
So they need to
They
revamp it
usually
then.
are.
Because
You're not
So at
taught
what
to do
point
that
should
at
they
the
have stopped
academy.
shooting? When he put his hands up, right?
That's why I said
He's no longer a
calm
threat
down,
now.
change
Yeah,
stuff.
But
you're
how
trying to
many shots
mitigate the
went
threat,
off? How many
huh?
shots went off prior to him putting his hands up?
I don't know. I
Probably
don't know
about
about
One of the
that.
cops had a bullet in them. You remember?
Even if he was
Let's
sitting
not
in the
forget
car
that.
and they couldn't see him, I can still understand them shooting him then. But the fact was that he got out, revealed himself, and now you see, yo,
I didn't hear him get out. I
And
heard
see,
he would
but
roll
yeah,
up
he
the
he
was
got
still at a
out.
distance. He was
when
at a
unlocked the
distance
door and
still.
had a mask.
He was
got
still
out
at
the
a
car.
He
distance.
didn't have the mask on when he came out. He was laid out on
Yeah,
the floor,
I thought
and
he was
and they're surrounding him. I just saw the
after he was
video.
shot. So he was shot in the car first, right?
He was shot multiple times in the car.
Right. So he
Yeah.
didn't comply with what they said until he realized he was about dead.
And he was still at a distance. So at a distance, you cannot tell what he has and what he doesn't have. He
no,
could raise his
They
hands and
conducted a search on
he
him.
can raise his hands and that gun could still, as far as what they're seeing from the distance, it could look like a gun is in his hand. They can keep
oh,
shooting.
yeah.
If it was your life, would you assume you're not going to take a chance that he might have two guns, or you might have snuck the gun out somehow of the car because you can't see him, and now he's even more furious because he's been shot and he just wants to take someone down with him? Like, if that was your life or your daughter's life, you would probably assume it's not my fault. I don't have to. It's his problem. Maybe he doesn't have a gun. Maybe he doesn't. I don't care. He's already shot my husband.
Yeah, there's no way that you can ever make me think that it was four cops needed to shoot one 26-year-old man down. Like
Yes,
Yeah.
Well,
yes,
that's
yes,
from
yes,
the front, back, left, and right. One
yes,
person with one gun, but
yes,
four cops, and there are four guns. There's
and
no
that's
yes,
way
yes. It
that
was
you can
required.
convince
So
me
listen
Yes,
to
that's
it was
legitimate
required.
concern.
It was
and
required.
that was reasonable and that was a rational
It
thought.
was
No,
required.
no,
I
It
no.
was
can't
That
required.
was a thought based out of fear and terror.
yeah,
You
that
have
wouldn't be
cops who are on the street
on both
and they
parts.
think in
It was
crisis
required.
times, and if
that
they
would
make
be
judgment calls like that, then we are in a world of terror
no.
living
We
out
need
here.
to write
And that's what
Been
they're
there,
legislation
not
been
doing.
there. It
require
was required.
changes. We need to write
Man,
certain legislation. That's not the police officer's fault. They're doing that. That would go all the way up to the legislation branch,
no,
who
we're talking
dictates the
training. We're
training
talking about
protocols
training,
for the police.
better trainings,
Right.
better selections of who they choose, better people
No,
with
they
better
chose
resumes and where
people
they
that did
come
what they were
from.
duty.
People who are actually trained, things
The
like that.
officers were obedient. They did their duty as told to do.
No, I don't think that those women are those three women and that man did a good job. No, I don't think they did.
Yeah,
But if they did what they
that's
were
what they're
commanded to do,
that's what they're being questioned for. So Reed began firing. Officials said, hitting one of the officers, although it's unclear from the body cam footage who fired first. Officers fired on Reed 96 times in 41 seconds, according to the Accountability Board. Body cam footage shows that one officer emptying his pistol multiple times on Reed. It's unclear if the 26-year-old hands are raised. The officer continues firing. The officer continues firing after Reed goes down and is motionless. The body cam video shows. In the video, an officer can be heard calling out that Reed's gun is still in the car.
So there's one officer that says fire, and then the rest have to do with that.
So they know that the gun is still in the car,
they don't
right?
One of the guns is in the car.
And they're still shooting.
They don't know that he has F2.
And they scream that on the body cam, and they're still shooting.
But he could have.
They know the gun is still in the car. So what are you shooting for now?
What if you have another gun? A lot of people are strapped to have more than one weapon on them.
He's laying down motionless.
I got a friend who's a crip.
That's the argument. What she just said?
He got like 2-3 shots on that all the time. That's what I'm saying. One in the car, one in his like little knapsack he carries, one in his pants. That's what a friend of mine. People have multiple. They have to assume.
But we know now that
dangerous.
That he didn't have that though, Blue Jay. Like now that he's dead, now that they have the evidence, we know now that he didn't have any of that.
Now they know that though. But 41 seconds is all how it all went down in. 41 seconds.
Can I say something? Do you think that these cops would intentionally put their jobs in jeopardy by acting in a unprocedural way or by breaking protocol? Do you think they would put their jobs in jeopardy in this instance? Do you honestly think that at this point? They're saying they know when they're wrong. They know stopping this person and saying they know what's their protocol. They know what's wrong and what's right. They know how far they can go. Do you honestly think their actions, because they know their actions at the time that they're doing them, they can sit there and say, hey, this is wrong. We got to stop.
No, I don't think that they would knowingly put themselves in that position. But they also don't know what they are going to go take on every day when they go to work. But that day they found out that in that situation that maybe that wasn't the best day for them. So I feel that they had a bad day at work that day. I can never do that job. But for me, whatever it was that made them continue to go and do what they did, now they
have. I'm sure they have to know by training what they can and cannot do. They know their protocol, so I'm sure they felt they were acting well within their rights, well within protocol.
It would have been one officer anyway that commanded it. Not all four of them just had the same thought at the same time. One of them said fire, and the other thing is they don't want to kill someone. They don't want to live with that on their conscience.
Yeah.
What? I mean, like I don't know. I wouldn't know what a kill.
I don't think they want to kill somebody. Really, you could tell she was pleading with him. Please roll your window, or roll down your window, unlock your door. Like she was getting, and I hear that a lot in those police officers. They're basically begging them to please don't make us.
She was right there at the door. He could have popped her. He could have popped her right then and there when she was pulling at that door.
On weird. You don't think that? I mean, yeah, they pulled him over for seatbelt. They probably thought this guy has a gun. Maybe they were profiling.
But he was protecting himself because he locked the door. That's why she kept saying, unlock your car, unlock your car. He locked it and rolled up the windows for his protection.
But why'd he even pull over
and they're in plain clothes. So just think all this emotion is revving up between him and the officers. In 41 seconds.
Until his actions raised the emotion. Exactly. His actions raised the emotion.
He knew
they stopped him, right? So that's all parties are guilty in that respect because, well, not really, because I mean, if he's just chilling, he's profiled already. They're probably watching the gang unit. That's why they're probably there in this residential area. He happens to be in the wrong place, wrong time.
But was he innocent entirely because he is a criminal?
He doesn't have he has a criminal record?
Yeah.
Or he just has that gun, the pending gun.
Two things he done. But
Yeah,
he's
he
not
already had a
innocent.
prior, and then he
Yeah.
has a pending charge.
And again, a firearm charge is
But
not
they wouldn't.
like
But
a
they
small
didn't.
thing.
Did they
But
know
let Roz
all
tell
this?
you, he was
Yeah,
just the
they
captain of
knew.
the basketball
No,
team.
Did they
He tried
wait?
to
But did
sneak
they
gun
know
into
that?
a
Hold on,
concert.
y'all. Hold on.
Well,
Did they
I'm
know?
telling you, I'm answering your
No,
question.
wait. But Blue, I'm asking you a question. Did they know that he had priors before they pulled him over?
I would assume so.
Well, that's the problem.
The reason I say that is
We're
because he
assuming,
had
but
tried
the
to sneak
facts are
the gun
showing.
to a concert.
If
Yes
they
or
ran
no?
the tags, if they
Yeah,
ran
but they
the
They could
tags,
tell his name, yes. They didn't know he was the driver for sure, but they knew it was his vehicle, and most likely he was the driver, right? So they probably didn't know that, yes.
Yeah, but
so they always
have
approach
then
criminals like that with
they're
their
going to
dangerous
run the
precautiously.
plate.
Yeah, exactly. They run the plate.
But they didn't. But they didn't know that they didn't. Hold on. They didn't know that he had. But they didn't. Okay, if he's there with his business, and then these plain officers come out of nowhere and stop him, that's how they're going to know now. Oh, he has priors and so forth and so on. But off the rip, just looking, they don't know that he has pending priors.
The license plate.
well, if you run his plates and it comes
Yeah,
up
they
under
know
him,
way before they pull you
that's
over
going
who
to
you
come up
are.
too far.
That's at that point. But prior to that, this is the argument. This is the argument that he was. It's profiling because he's just there chilling. Well, he looks suspicious, but I mean,
it could have been profiling. You're right. It could have.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm just trying to say. Like everything after that was they did what they needed to do as officers, but prior to that, it just is it's profiling.
Unless he didn't have a seatbelt on and they could somehow
but
see
the
it.
windows were tinted and up.
It's super petty. But they do that. They pulled me over for not 3 seconds on lane change. They do petty shit. I mean, we know that, right?
They do.
I'm not,
and that's probably what happened with him.
But yes, before they walked up to his car, they knew this is most likely him because this car is registered to him, and he has a gun charge. So they take extra precaution with people they considered to be possibly armed, right? We all know that. So yes,
but did they know this? But they didn't know this prior to stopping him. Is what I'm trying to say.
Before they approached him, I think they would have, because they would have looked at his license plate first, and then they would have said, "Let's pull him up." Maybe they said, "Oh, I bet he doesn't have a seatbelt on," or maybe they saw him.
So they were surveilling. They were surveilling the area.
But you can't prove that
because
it was
you can't just pull him over because he has a prior gun charge. Like there needs to be something to make you pull him.
But he was, I think, going to court system, right? He had a trial coming up. I think he was upcoming trial. So I don't know that that's why they put him up, because they can't intervene in the trial process. But they might have thought maybe we can catch him with a gun. Maybe, who knows? They might have profiled him. I'm not even denying that. Because obviously they knew he was in somewhat trouble with the law before they approached him, right? But I'm just saying, regardless of why they pulled him over, the actions that transpired after that fall on him.
Yeah, cool. I can understand why we all think how we think. Well, you guys, for me, it is the 4 hour and 21-minute mark now. And I am going to have to come to an end. I really appreciate you guys for joining tonight. And do you guys have some last words that you would like to say?
No, as always, I appreciate you, like, just giving a platform for everybody to give their opinion and, like, just, being respectful, even regardless of how much it might just, it's like opposite of your opinions, but like you're so fair and diplomatic about it, and I just really appreciate that. And I look forward, speaking to other people's opinions too, because I think that even if we don't agree, we rub off on each other a little here and there, and we get a little bit closer to like a consensus. So
thank you so much for joining, Blue Jay. I always appreciate your opinions, and that what I would say is real feistiness and your boldness when you're up here and speaking in the chat. So thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys.
Anybody else?
I think Fox is trying to say something, but her mic is messed up.
Oh. Foxy, are you speaking?
Yeah, I think her mic is messed up.
Probably so. Well, Moses, it's oh Lord, y'all, it's 2:51. Jesus.
Oh yeah, I forgot you on the East Coast. Anyway, I'm just gonna say this. Let's let cooler heads prevail right now, and let's just let the
Bye, Blue
investigation
Jay.
do what it do, and let's just hold your picket signs, hold your bricks,
Is it?
hold your gasoline for your
Yeah, I'm here.
fires. You know, hold all of the, just hold off all your preparations for your Black Lives Matter rallies or your Black Power rallies, even though there'll be more white people marching than you guys.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Your mic is still acting up though.
Are you have a delay?
Yeah, let's just hold off of this. If there's wrong on both sides, you know, it'll come out in the wash. But please let the wash finish. You know, let's not jump the gun and put this country in more turmoil than it's already in. Hopefully. And no, we're not going to come out to a peaceful resolution because somebody did lose a life.
Yeah.
But at least we can come out to a logical resolution. And that's all I got to say, peoples.
Thank you. Thank you for joining and thank you for coming. I appreciate that.
All right.
Have a good
Salute
night.
to everybody. Salute.
Enjoy your weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he just left. Foxy, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, now I can hear you.
Better?
Yes. Do you
Okay.
have some last words that you would like to say?
Just to repeat the sentiments of everybody that left. Thank you for having me up on the panel.
Oh, thank you for coming. Thank you for your
And
words.
voicing, you know, we're all having a civil discussion, whether it's agreeable or not. So
Yeah,
I
so
appreciate
good.
you. Yeah, I appreciate us. I appreciate you for having the open panel like that. Lasting words. Yeah, I'm not going to do any type of protesting. I didn't do that with any of these cases that have happened. I am going to wait to see how this all plays out. And just, you know, there's not much we can do about it, you know, unless we're going to protest to Supreme Court about the injustices of the melanated men and women. But that's it. I don't really have much. Peace, salute to the chat, and catch you on the flip side. I love you, my beauty queen.
I love you too. Thank you so much. When are you gonna do a Monday, a mindful Monday? Oh, something happened. I can't hear you, Foxy. Oh no, I think she left. So it says here, Abbott says, it seems important to know how many shots is too much to know how far the cops were from him and what the cops saw and their visual obstructions. We don't know. Yep, I could definitely see that. Oh, Blue Jay, that's fine. Probably love. Thank you, Cliff, for joining. Thank you, Mavin. Thank you, Blue Jay and Foxy. And for the panel, we had King Shanard, Big Cat, of course, Moses 7-7 before he went AWOL. Did he go AWOL? Or did I get rid of him? Also here for the team, Mo Love was here. Thank you for that. Lionel Suggs, Ruko Style. A lot of people. Seven Still was here earlier. Mo Love was on the panel. Thank you, Mo, for getting on the panel. She always is there with her passionate self. My boo thing was in the chat today, so that made me very excited. Made me a little nervous and jittery in the beginning, but I got it back right. So thank him for showing support in the chat. Spirit Oliver was here. Ant Dog was here. Josh, Miss C, Woody. Thank you all. I appreciate all y'all tonight. If you are watching this on the replay, please leave a comment to let me know that you came and saw it. please hit the like and please share it with somebody. I hope you guys have a wonderful, safe, blessed, positive weekend. And I might be here tomorrow. Definitely won't be here next week. It is 420. So maybe I could do 420 with you tomorrow for me. So yeah. Good night.